All right. Well, good morning, Dr. Hewison and Mr. Sontier. Can you hear and see us?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I can hear you as well.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is the third day of the hearing this week. We're about to hear from the medical officer of health when she gives her evidence. If I can ask Ms. Lamb to sit outside, please. I think there's a chair outside. There's two chairs outside. Feel free to make yourself a coffee if you like, Ms. Lamb. Now, before we start, are there any matters that any of the parties wish to raise? No?
Sir, I just wanted to perhaps just understand a bit of the timetable for today and whether your sense is that we will go the full day or as indicated in the agenda. And I just need to also indicate that the councillors do not wish to look at any conditions for this application, so they've asked me not to participate in any discussions around conditions. Their view is they're opposed to the liquor store and no conditions would satisfy them.
Right, thank you, Dr. Hewison. Look, you know, the item has been included in the agenda as optional. So
yep.
Once we've concluded the evidence, and there'll be a discussion whether, you know, and I'll ask the parties whether they want to discuss conditions if they want to, but certainly if no one wants to participate in that, then there's no point. But thank you for letting us know of your client's position. In terms of the agenda for today, I actually don't know how long this is going to take. That's why we've got it till the afternoon. But I mean, if we finish earlier, we finish earlier. I don't think that the medical officer of health and her witness will take too long, like the other witnesses.
No, thank you, sir. I just if it does go sort of beyond 1 o'clock, I might seek leave to recuse myself at that point, and Mr. Sontier, I'm sure, will stay online. But yeah, if that's okay with you.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you for that, Dr. Hewison. All right. Any other matters?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Adesanya, are you ready?
Yes, I am, sir.
That's great. Are you planning on doing an opening?
No, but I do want to point something out which I noticed yesterday.
Okay, so it's just in relation to your evidence?
Yes.
I will ask you that very shortly, but before we do that, I will ask Ms. Phillips to swear you in. Thank you.
Can you please state your full name for the record? Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Adesanya. Now, you've got the bundle volume 2 in front of you, page 223. You'll need to verbalise that. Thank you. And before I ask you to confirm the truth and accuracy of your brief of evidence, is there any changes or amendments that you wish to make in relation to your evidence?
Not changes, but I did notice an error of omission, which I'll say, which would be on page 224.
224?
Yeah, at the bottom.
Where she's referenced this. Okay. So we don't have any references for that, or do you?
I do, but because I will just be given it, it might be that you can't test it. So if that wants to be disregarded, that's fine, because it says the same thing all through it.
Okay. Is that going to be an issue for you, Ms. Rawcliffe? Do you need the references for this?
I think probably if we have the references, and then I can deal with the submissions anyway.
Okay.
Because I expect that Ms. Adesanya probably can't speak in detail to the research anyway. She's just made statements from the research.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. So aside from the footnotes 1 and 2 references, can you confirm the truth and accuracy of your?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there anything in addition to your brief of evidence that you wish to mention now?
Not at the moment.
All right. Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll go around the room and I'll ask the parties if they have any questions. Licensing inspector.
In paragraph 12, you'll put that the applicant didn't consult with the residents, community centre, the local hawker, or that proposes to serve. So what do you think would have been the appropriate process for the applicant to take?
Some form of context. And I do remember during cross-examination that one of the applicants said they were not comfortable to go door knocking, which is fair, but there are other means. It could be as easy as dropping, I can't tell them what to do, but it could be as simple as dropping a note that says a new bottle store is opening in your community. How you're saying, just drop it in the mailboxes. Whether you respond to those or not, that's another ball game, but then that gives them the ability to be able to say, we did try, we did this in the community and we didn't get anyone to respond back.
Right, sorry, Ms. Adesanya, when you give the answers, are you able to slow down a little bit? So we can just follow you? It's really important we are able to follow you. Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Moe?
And do you think that engaging with local businesses is the same as engaging with the local community?
I would be conscious to slow down. I would not say that because my job is for the community. The premises is for the community. The businesses may necessarily not stay within the community. So they are two different things. Community, businesses, I would not call them the same. They should, in my opinion.
And then in paragraph 14, you talk about the park, Elliott Park, and the skate park. So when you say that there's minors playing and skating until late in the evening, how do you know that they use the park late?
The park is a public space. It's part of what makes a wider social determinant of health in terms of social health. So I would expect that it will be used, and since it doesn't have a closing time, it can be used anytime.
And then in paragraph 17, you have that you talk about the amenity and good order, and that your photos have shown an improvement of the amenity and good order in the area. Could you just explain what that was compared against?
I know I cannot bring other hearing into this, but I was at the tail end of the previous owner, and I was there as well during FIFO, and I have been there the day I took this. There has been considerable differences in the field when I don't live locally, but when I drive there has been a considerable difference in the way I feel and the amenity and good order. I went into this picture was taken on a day after it had rained, and that was intentionally. I just felt it had been raining, I should visit, and that's my rationale for that, is because most of the time when I walk around spaces where we see people hiding or people that are homeless or people that are begging, after a rain in the morning, we tend to see them in the sheds or in the corners sitting there. They were not. So that was my comparison. That was my yardstick.
And then paragraph 21. We're talking about your evidence is about the harm that's being investigated in the different distances. So we've heard the applicant give evidence saying that their social responsibility doesn't extend outside the Nawton Moor car park. Do you agree with that?
It's a tricky one, and that's because the premises is serving the community. The community is not servicing the premises. So in terms of how they take care of their immediate community or area, it goes a long way into putting into perspective what their thoughts have been and how their business or their services will affect the community that they're going to serve, that they're proposing to serve.
That's all I have to ask. No other questions.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you have any questions?
just one. So, Sana, working for the health world with the DHB, do you consider from the research you've done and the knowledge that you have that a liquor store and an alcohol retailer in this area is an appropriate thing to have?
In the context of the determinant of health and the resources that goes into the burden of alcohol currently, no.
Thank you, Sergeant. Dr. Hewison, do you have any questions?
No questions, sir, from me.
Thank you. Mr. Sontier?
No questions from me either, thank you.
Ms. Walker?
It's paragraph 9 of your evidence. So that's page 225 of the bundle. You talk about, we've obviously had a lot of discussion about Nawton East and Nawton West, and you've brought in another area for sure, which hadn't been discussed today, but I accept it again borders on Nawton East and Nawton West and falls in that map we were looking at. Why have you not included Western Heights?
That's purely because using the same geographical boundary view that you produced on the first hearing, where you were talking about the boundary, we measure distance as the crow flies. In terms of the measurement, Crawshaw falls within 0.65 pace from the proposed premises. If we look at Western Heights on the other way, on the other hand, that is 0.7 pace as the crow flies. As the crow flies is the way health distributes resources for each boundaries. I did not include that based on the distance that I used in measuring it, but if I still include that, I did look into this. Western Heights had the population of 2913, and the distance is 0.7 km from the proposed premises.
Okay, so because so you're talking about this map that we
Yes, that one.
the map that was the star of the first one you're looking at. So if we're looking at that map again, you're saying, so what did you say was the distance? Like 100
So
meters
the
difference?
distance 0.65 for Crawshaw as the crow flies.
Right.
So like the shortest distance, the
So
direct distance.
650 meters. Is that?
Thereabouts, I think.
0.65.
Yes, case to
650
meters,
meters.
yes.
Okay, and you say how far away is Western Heights?
700 meters. So I picked on the closest distance from the place.
But you sat through obviously that first round of here evidence where there was quite a strong view that Western Heights definitely should fall into when we're talking about Nawton. But you've chosen just to choose a statistical area of your own. You haven't actually considered the community's voice on who uses this area.
I did consider the community's voice, and I just said no, that wasn't part of it. If I were to add it to it, I have the figure, I have the distance, and it can be included in it. It's really in the context of this evidence, it being in it or not with regards to distance really doesn't change the way things are viewed in terms of public health. It's still within the community. So yes, if you want us to include it, that's totally fine.
Because if you do include it, obviously we talked about decile levels, and also in paragraph 11 you talk about the breakdown of ethnicities. And would you accept that if you did include it, that would change your numbers quite significantly? Like, do you know what the ethnicity breakdown is of Western Heights?
I can't tell you specifically, but I know it's got more Europeans, yes.
So if I said in terms of, because there seems to be quite a strong focus on the impact on Māori, and the statistics from Stats New Zealand is 15.2%. So if you added in 15.2% in, that would significantly change your averages, wouldn't it?
It could, but if you look at the map that has been used at Stuart Tahine at 24, there was an area that was mapped. So if you look in the context of 500 meters, without Crucial being involved in it, if we just focus on Nawton East and Nawton West within the 500 meters.
But that map there, Portal is not in, which map are you saying, sorry?
I think the council has seen new evidence and figures from Stats New Zealand that hasn't actually been presented earlier. And now she's asking Ms. Alessandria, who hasn't got that information in front of her,
I can give it.
but it's new evidence
Well,
and it hasn't been brought up previously.
Okay, I think perhaps the way to do it is, do you just want to put it to her what the stats have said and then whether she accepts it or not?
Yes,
And then if she doesn't accept, you can still go with it.
yes, so which I did. So I talked about the Statistics New Zealand Māori population is 15.2%, and I asked if that was added into your, that would bring the average down.
So the first question is, do you accept that?
If that is included, that could change, which was why I pointed her back to, even if that is excluded, because the reason why this was brought in is because Crucial was involved. So even if Crucial is excluded, using the 500 meters, which was the radius that is being used for the evidence, if we bring it back to just Nawton West and Nawton East within the 500 meters, there's still high representation amounts.
So you're bringing it, shrinking it back down to the 500 meters.
If we want to think in terms of public health and impact, we go by distances, and in my evidence, the current distance on that map is 500 meters.
Oh, because I thought your evidence and a lot of the evidence from Ms. Lamb that you're going to produce, particularly paragraph 21, talks about harms investigating out much further.
Yes, that is correct, and she will talk more about that when she comes to give everything.
Because that seemed to be quite a key focus, was the spread of harm. And so then why, when you're presenting your information to this committee, are you then limiting it right back down again?
I am not limiting right back. My evidence, based on what I did with my expertise, was around 500 meters, knowing fully well that Mrs. Lamb will talk more about, and I did note it there that she will talk more about the wider impact of alcohol harm.
Okay, so what sort of reliability can we place on the statistics that you've produced? Because they seem to be contradictory to then what your witness is trying to. So are you just saying there's you've got some areas, but not all of the areas, and if you go tighter, it's less. Sorry, it's just
It's not,
confusing.
if I'm hearing you well, there's no contradiction here. I've picked a subset of a bigger area. So it's not like the subset is out of it, it is within. So if we go public health, zoom out, look at things, and you keep going wider, it differs. I have focused on one aspect, knowing fully well that somebody else would tease out the other distance. So no, it is not contradicting.
Okay, but you accept that if that Western Heights would fall into this area with Crucial.
In the wider context, yes.
Okay. And then in terms of those statistics, and obviously they're going to change and we can recalculate it when we make submissions, but why are the statistics that you've produced in paragraph 11 different to the ones that you produced for the same area for the FIFO hearing?
I usually just pull them. Are we bringing FIFO into this before I comment on that?
Okay, well, she's raised a good point, because if you're using statistics, right, it needs to be consistent, because if you're talking about, you know, the number of Māori people, unless the data is from a different set.
It is from the same set, and
Okay.
right now I do not have the number of the whatever she's talking about. I can look at it, but sometimes there's always variables in the calculation, which might be
So I think what Ms. Rawcliffe's point is that if you're looking at this particular data here for Nawton, then surely it should be the same as the one that you've already presented at FIFO.
I do have that, and I have copies if you want to look at it. Yeah.
And she can confirm whether it's the same data or not.
We had this issue yesterday that Ms. Rawcliffe objected to stuff coming up from previous hearings, and you made a ruling on that. And here we are bringing in a different case. I agree with the stats point, but also remember that
We're not talking about
stats were talked about by a witness from the DHB, an analyst from the DHB, nothing's free.
If I can
No,
explain
but
that, or if I can't, I'll
Look,
say-
yeah, if Ms. Adesanya can't explain it, then that's fine. But I mean, the whole point here is that she presented statistics at another hearing for that location. And it's just, we just want to know whether it's the same or not. And if it's not, why is it different?
And I suppose the other point, the reason for my objection was that Mr. Graham wasn't available for cross-examination.
And Ms. Adesanya is here to be able to explain it. So do you just want to have a look at that? Can you just ask?
I can direct you to it's paragraph 5.
Yes, I am looking at it, and I am quite sure the information was pulled from the same place, but just because I can't do my calculation right now, it could be variability in the calculation versus, and that's it. One says 61, the other one says 58, one says 38. And then we have to also remember that it says at the bottom of this that the percentage is mixed because some people identify with more than one culture. That's the only explanation I have. I don't have any other thing.
I absolutely understand why the statistics add up differently. What I'm interested in is when you look at paragraph 5 compared to your paragraph 11, to this committee, you have placed emphasis on the high level of the Māori population. And when you presented your evidence, you've presented that the percentage is 38.2%. But when you presented your evidence at the FIFO hearing a couple of months ago, it was 27.7. And if it's from the same statistics, why have we got different numbers?
The only response I have to that is right now I've got this and I've got that. Doing the calculation right on the cross is not going to be easy. It's going to be due to some sort of calculation errors, if there's any, in terms of converting numbers to, I don't know, variability in the calculation. Well, again, I can't do that right now, even if I try to, my brain will not calculate that.
Well, I'm just surprised when you look at this table, surely you've just used the same information from one to the other.
I wouldn't have. I treat every brief of evidence, pull the evidence and treat them separately. And you've asked me more than once, and what I can say is right now I can't calculate it, so I can't really give you a definite response to that, except for maybe some form of calculating errors, which I'm not sure. That's my response on that one.
Okay, so we don't know what the numbers are.
We do. This is what I calculated for this evidence. Having to go back to that one, I can address it in closing if you want me to, but right now, right here, with you asking me questions, I can't look into that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Would it be helpful if you just put it to her that in this one, in this particular hearing here, she's got European at 58.4%. In another one, she had 61.1%. In this one, she's got 38.2% for Māori. In another one, she's got 27.7%. So do you just want to just put that to her so that we can just...
So that's all on there, okay. So in the earlier FIFO hearing, you produced some statistics, and in those, you said European was 61.1%. And in this hearing, you've said for the same area, it's 58.4%, is that correct?
Yes.
And then for the Māori population, you told that committee that the Māori population was 27.7%, but at this hearing, that is at 38.2%.
Yeah.
Pacifica people, it was lower at 7.8% FIFO hearing, and here you've put it at 9.5%.
Yes.
And then the Asian population, it was higher at FIFO, 18.15, and here it's 12.8%. And then other ethnicities would again got a difference between 3.1 and 2.6.
Based on the evidence, yes. But as the Maori, does that reduce the viability or the validity of the number or percentages of Maori? Maybe not too much.
And then if we add in Western Heights onto that, that will again change the numbers if you want it.
If you're going wider, yes.
And then if we look at the table above, where they talk about the population, the median age and income, does it all look the same to you? Ms. Adesanya, so when you look at
Yes,
the,
sir,
so if you look at your previous brief and the current brief, you look at the table that you've got there, place, name, population, median age, median income, and then you've got Nawton East, Nawton West, and Crawshaw. Would you agree that all of those numbers look the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but the percentage that you've provided for the other hearing and then in this hearing, they're different.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, the only thing that I can think of will be calculation errors.
And it's calculation errors. Okay,
Like,
so
I'm not sure, but I will definitely talk more about it.
okay,
once
so
I've had time to.
okay, so if there's these differences in possible calculation errors, how are we supposed to rely on paragraph 11?
Sir, if we are not bringing FIFO into this, if we are looking into the evidence that we have right now, given the chance that there's still the chance to look into this with closing submission, I'm sure there will be an explanation too.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Wolkoff.
And just one more question on that. In that hearing, you didn't then go on to talk to anything about consultation by FIFO and what they did you? Because if you go to paragraph 12, you make a submission about consultation.
Again, this is FIFO coming into this, but I will address that. During the questioning, your applicant was there. I'm sure at some point he would have heard that being teased at in cross-examination. Did I bring that into this? No. How do we look into things? Depending on what we have in front of us and how far things get better based on what you do. So I may not have included that in that one, but it was teased out in cross-examination. Is it in this one? Yes. Do I have to put the exact thing on the exact measure on applications all the time? Maybe not necessarily.
Okay, it's just you did make a comment about when Sergeant Kernahan asked you about whether there should be any retailers in this area, and your answer was no, there should not be any alcohol retailers in this area. So I'm just wondering why, if that's your blanket view, because we heard from Ms. Mail that she was differentiating between the supermarket and the bottle store. However, you've given a blanket no alcohol retailer. So again, I'm just trying to understand why, when these two were very similar in timing, why it's different treatment in terms of them.
It's not in terms of treatment. Okay, since we're bringing other hearing into this, I was involved in another hearing that you and him were part of, where we actually spoke about community consultation and how the letters were addressed and all that. Given that he has been in the same situation in the time past, I would expect that since he's been in that situation, the applicant would have picked some things on how to approach the community when it comes to engaging with the community to whom you want to serve. So again, there is a guideline, which is the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, and there are measures through which it is looked at. Specificity in terms of application becomes tricky to ask, because most of the times we deal with what's in front of us. Did I include that in the other one? Maybe not. Was it teased out? Yes. In the long run, if you're looking at it holistically, depending on how much time or whatever factor that is being used when the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act is being used, should not be rigid. And it doesn't mean that one is being picked and one is being picked and chosen. The fact that it was missed out in FIFO does not mean that it has to be missed out in this one too. And again, the approach to the same information might be different, but the whole idea is still being out. What is community engagement? Either via brief of evidence or via cross-examination.
So in the FIFO one, did they do consultation?
They did some.
So did they do them? Because you've talked about, which was quite useful, and the first time I've ever heard this mentioned is about doing a mail drop, which was nice because it was asked what could you do. So it's always interesting to hear what the views are actually of the agencies about what consultation.
That's not the agency's view, by the way. I was just talking generally like what could they have done. So what I said then was my subjective perspective, not an objective perspective.
Well, I'm just checking though, because you're here as the delegate of the medical officer of health. You're not here in your own personal capacity, are you?
There can be objective things, but there are subjective ways to answering objective questions, aren't there?
Well, no, because you're here to give evidence from the medical officer of health. So what you say to this committee and to applicants and to other people who are applying for licenses actually is quite important to know if we can rely on that going forward. So if you're asked of you in your role as medical officer of health of what should applicants be doing, that you're the voice that you are speaking in, my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that as the representative of the medical officer of health. Is that correct?
Yes, but my view on that then will be as a representative of the medical officer of health, is that applicant should engage with the community the which or are proposing to service.
Yes, so again, and there's been questions, and there was questions yesterday of Ms. Mail about how do applicants know what the level of communication needs to be, because what the message that we're getting across the board from the agencies is there hasn't been enough. That's correct. Your position is the applicant hasn't done enough here. So what would be interesting and important to know is what else needs to be done. And so when you said mail drop, I thought that's interesting. I haven't heard that before, but that's good to know, I suppose, moving forward for other applicants, because then when they do that, and if that's criticised, we can say that was the view of the medical officer of health and what should be done. So is that the medical officer of health view or your personal view?
At that point, I said what I can say, which means my personal view could be, didn't say should be, could be. That was just an example of engagement with the community.
Ms. Adesanya, you're not here in a personal capacity, you are here as a delegate. So what is the view of the medical officer's health?
There should be engagement with the community. How that plays out, I would expect will be on the applicants and how they understand the community they are wishing to serve.
I think that's as far as you can take.
Yeah, okay. You also were asked some questions by Ms. Mail about whether the business engagement was enough. And my understanding of your answer was that the businesses are not part of this community.
That's not it. So businesses, putting it in the context of what we're talking about, there are businesses there that are there morning till one at a time. They leave that block to go to their domiciles.
Mm-hmm.
They don't live in the community all the time.
Do you know that?
Are there domiciles within that block? No.
No, but they could live just within your range. How do you know they don't live there?
I'm not as certain as to which range, but what I guess I'm trying to say is the people that experience the community all the time, looking from a public health perspective, the community, the whole people, the personal people that live within the community, were they consulted aside from the businesses that are within the blocks? Maybe not.
But you went further, you said the views of the businesses aren't important, it's the people living there. But these people
I didn't say they aren't important. I said they're different. The community and the businesses.
But do you accept that the businesses, these are people who are running their livelihoods in this area on a daily basis?
I do accept. In terms of percentage, would you, I would say.
When you say, sorry, and I just want to go back, when you're saying I now, is that you or is that the medical officer of health?
I'm very grateful for what he said. Ask the medical officer of health. Now that's the hat that I'm putting on. So I would be mindful of what I said personally, subjectively. In terms of, this is my only explanation of this, so I don't keep going in circles. The businesses are a part of the community.
Right.
That's a subset, that's a percentage. The bigger subset are the people that make up the domiciles, that make up the blocks within that community. Should the engagement have stopped at the businesses alone? No. What I am saying is that the applicant should have considered the views of the people living within that community who experience, who enjoy that area at every point in time. That's my answer to that.
Okay, so the businesses' views do have some weight. You'd accept that?
They are part of the block, yeah. I never said they were not. I just said going wider, the people that we serve should be considered.
And you've heard the evidence from the applicant about who they've spoken to, who they've attempted to speak to. You've heard that evidence here?
Yeah.
And so when they're reaching out to community groups, to the schools, to the Salvation Army, would you accept that that is consultation? They're trying to consult with the community?
Again, it's yes or no. Yes, because yes, they did reach out, but no, because did they go for instance, Salvation Army? Why did they say no? They have a service within that community that bear some form of burden of alcohol hand.
Well, we don't know why they said no, but what we do know is that the applicant tried to talk to them and they wouldn't engage with them. That's what we know. That's what the evidence is, isn't it?
Yes, and that's again taking it back to either businesses or entity. What about the people?
Well, obviously those groups cover a lot of the community, don't they? They are the groups that have the schools, have the parents and the children. The Salvation Army, we've heard, support families, they provide services throughout the area. The community centre, that supports the community. So would you think that those are good places to go to try and engage with the community?
I do also remember that the community centre gave a blank check, which wasn't taken, in terms of inviting the applicant to a meeting. That's another area that actually services the wider community.
So you accept that they have that, but when I'm asking the question, because you keep jumping back to saying something else, but you accept that those organisations are good places to try and talk to the people of this community.
Start, yes.
Yeah. Is there a reason why you've put hapu in red in paragraph 12?
That's probably me not changing it. When I say words that I'm not familiar with, I do my research to understand what I mean. So that was for me.
Okay, and what is the local hapu?
The local apple is the local sub-tribe, the local people within the community.
So which one is it here, do you know?
I don't have to know. I just know that each community has one.
Or if you don't know who it is, how do you know they haven't consulted?
In the whole process of examination, I know Councillor Moko has been consulted, but there's been no mention of others.
But when we don't even know who it is, how do you know that they haven't consulted?
I may not know what it is. My job is to look into the application.
But this is your evidence. So.
Yeah, but can I finish, please? I may not personally know what it is. The applicant wanting, again, you're going to say I'm going in circles, the person wanting to serve as a community. Part of his job, part of the entity's job is to find out the different connections that make the center of a community.
On amenity and good order, you've raised that it's an issue, some concerns you've got. And I can see that that's quite a key part. There's been a lot of discussion about that. Was that raised by you as an issue at the FIFO hearing?
Again, why do you keep going backwards and forwards?
Because these are two alcohol retailers right next to each other.
Then I might as well.
The same block of shops. So when you're showing photos of the shops, talking about the surrounding area, talking about the skate park, it is relevant because they are in the same area. So if one affects the local community and your evidence is no retailers, so it wasn't differentiated, why would you raise it in one and not the other?
If you have actually looked, which I suppose you would have, into the first report of FIFO, since you're bringing it in, the whole opposition started from something completely different. It was staff system and training, I think, was the first pick up on that. And that's because that was.
Sorry, pause.
We don't have a decision on the FIFO application. I don't think it's fair on anyone to bring in another application that's still a part of the DRC. So she's introducing evidence from another hearing that we don't even have a decision on. We can't be discussing the two hearings.
Well, what the applicant is interested to know is why is there a different treatment between him, well, the applicant in this case, and another applicant within the same area?
But why are we not focusing on this individual application here?
It would be useful for this committee to know why would there be a different treatment
But then
when we're talking about the
from
same,
another hearing.
when we're talking about the same locality and we're talking about amenity and good order.
That hearing is still in front of the DRC. We don't have a decision on that.
And
And so how is that fair on everybody here if we're talking
Well,
about another
well,
hearing that we
she-
don't,
she-
that's still in front
she
of
can
the
explain,
DRC?
she can explain why she didn't, if she didn't discuss about amenity and good order, or she didn't raise it as an issue at the last one, and what, you know, she can discuss that, or why she's raising it for this particular application. That would be useful for us to know.
I do have a wider concern is that, as Ms. Alessandra has said, in the FIFO hearing, there was a lot of verbal evidence that wasn't in the report. So that's now, council is not aware of it, and she's asking questions that may have been raised at the FIFO hearing. So again,
I'm
I
happy to
find
hear
it,
that. I'm happy to hear that, what it is.
So let's just explore that.
I still, as Ms. Marks is concerned, that there's a ruling made about previous hearings, and I understand the
Well,
argument.
there is no blanket ruling about previous hearings. The ruling was that we were not going to admit the brief of evidence from Jamie Dale Graham. If that was so important, why didn't the agencies call this person to give evidence?
With all due respect, it actually came up several times with Bader Street, with Ms. Titchard, where council objected to some aspects of reviewing issues at other hearings. I accept the committee's decision, but in all due respect, the actual FIFO hearing is more than just the physical document that was presented.
And we understand that. We understand we need to be able to look at it from a different context and different application. But here we're talking about the amenity and good order. And if Ms. Adesanya didn't talk about it, or she did talk about it at the last hearing, she can say, look, I did raise that issue. And so then we can hear about, okay, well, if you've raised that issue, you've raised it in this case, end of it.
I will start by saying the circumstances surrounding both applications are different. For FIFO, the first thing that stuck out during my time frame of reporting on that was the first thing was system staffs and training. And that was because at that time, there was something else about another proposed premises that I was dealing with at Waikato District Council that tied FIFO to that one. Within my reporting timeframe, the first thing I raised was the systems tasks and training, because that was the first thing that kicked up. With regards to this application, I have dealt with this director in the time past. I know other things beyond what I knew that. So that was what I meant by the context. And during the FIFO cross-examination, I cannot remember exactly what I asked question about, but there were a lot of questions. And I'm sure that if I didn't ask, it was because somebody else asked.
And so the point that you're making is through your own experience and your own learnings from another particular hearing, you thought, okay, well, this is an important aspect that I should include in this
Yes, sir.
evidence for this application.
Yes, sir.
I just noted that you said you didn't have time initially, but then you did file a brief of evidence in May for the FIFO hearing, didn't you?
You have to understand that when we write reports, whatever we oppose on is what we stick to in terms of writing brief of evidence. If I start including other things, there's going to be, you didn't raise that in report.
Okay, so, but you did report on these, object on these initially around the same time period.
I cannot remember what I wrote. Right now, I'm getting fed information that I did a few weeks ago. And I do not think it will be really fair for me to be jumping forward and backwards, trying to think about what I said, what I included, and what I didn't include in what is not right in front of me, or what I have not looked through.
I can take you to it, because if you go to page 221 of the bundle, and then on the front page of that documentation that I handed out to you is your objection to FIFO. So if you look at the dates of your objection, they're not very far apart, are they?
Again, the context of the application, of the applications were different.
They're different now.
FIFO was different. This is different. How both reports were approached were different, and that's my answer on that one.
Okay, so I understand. Oh, I don't know if I can.
Yeah, we get your point.
Yeah. And then in terms of the photographs that you've produced on page 226 and 227, you haven't said when those were taken. When were they taken? What day?
If I remember when I took them, I took them on the morning of the, I think the day was due, and that was me wanting to subjectively experience the area again before going off what I'd seen before that day.
So the 20th of September.
I can't remember the dates there.
What day of the week was that? Do you recall? I can't remember the day. Oh, you might remember the day. Do you remember the day?
I'm not sure. Whatever day.
Whatever the day.
Sorry, you mentioned subjectively. Did you mean subjectively or objectively? I just want you to clarify. Sorry.
Objectively.
Okay. So okay.
It was more experience.
Because I didn't understand. It seemed to conflict with what you're trying. Yeah.
No.
Okay. So objectively.
Like to experience the space again before going off and sending the thing there.
So what time of the day was it?
That was in the morning.
What time in the morning?
Would have been about 8:30 in the morning.
Sorry,
8:30.
8:30. Okay, because it looks, it's extremely quiet there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The picture is not to show the quietness. The picture is to show what the space was like. What was I seeing? Because I walked around.
So this is what the space was like at 8:30 on a day of the week.
On a Friday, I think.
And that's all we have from you. So that's all we have from you. So just this is a picture of what the property looked like at 8:30
on the day when I was there.
Okay. At paragraph 18, you talk about your issue with staff systems and training, which one of your grounds. The evidence that you've got is they provided 5 duty managers with 3 of them currently working out of the stores. Now you heard the line of questioning yesterday. Do you still raise this as an objection?
I think I've read it, and there was somewhere in the applicant's proof of evidence where they were saying we're going to employ more duty managers. At the time when this was written, my concern was about the beta, since we're bringing in other hearing, the beta hearing, where this was raised as a concern as well, where duty managers were being shared and it wasn't clear who was going to do what. So yes, that is part of what needs to be put into place when we're talking about communities with high deprivation, duty managers. Now that it's been cleared, maybe it's less of a concern, but as at the time, it was an issue.
At paragraph 22, this is hearsay, but for the purposes of it, I'm not going to object to it. But I just want to note, when they gave their health, their evidence, there was a discussion about can we see the records, and obviously it was all led through oral evidence, so there was nothing in writing. But they did talk about reporting to the DHB, so why you haven't produced any evidence to support it now?
That's a
have you?
social service. That's not a clinical thing. Most of the time, if we give data, we will give you data about ED presentation. That's clinical. TCOHA is more, I can put it, some other arm of health. Data from them we can't get directly. And I did try to reach out to her on the day that the brief of evidence was due. I have all the correspondence like went between both of us. The assistant froze.
But
That was what she said. I could have gotten it from her directly.
on the day it was due, you contacted them.
No. I contacted her afterwards. So in terms of getting information, do we have a direct access to their system? No. But can we ask for data from them? Yes. And and that goes for other social services like Salvation Army, AODs, drugs and all that. Data can be requested, but it doesn't mean you have access.
But you
to it.
haven't produced it to this committee to support any of this evidence.
Would it have been accepted if I'd produced it outside the brief of evidence due date? I just stated that I reached out to her and there was a glitch in the system, she couldn't produce it. And she did give that evidence on the oath. She has no reason to lie about it.
No, but the issue we had is we didn't have any evidence to look at it to support it. And there was then this opportunity of more time for Te Whatu Ora.
2 days or more time. They remember our evidence was due 2 days after she came and she produced it and she did her cross-examination. So no, that's not more time.
But in terms of moving on from even that issue, if we go through then about all the effectively, I would say, isn't really evidence, it's submissions through paragraphs 23 to 28, 27. Again, there's no evidence to back this up, is there?
Evidence is not just data. It can be quantitative, evidence can be quantitative, it can be qualitative. These are not numbers, but these are evidence, not submissions. These are things that other organizations have put a lot of research into to come up with. It's not something someone just thought about. This is an evidence.
But these are general research papers that have been done, and I will talk to your witness about this because I understand that's largely her evidence as well. But there's nothing specifically about Nawton, is there? Yeah.
In terms of the way data or research are gathered, aside from the specific ones that countries do, every country rely on data from other places to do comparative analysis. It might not be specific to data, in this Nawton, but we measure things using other people's researches. An example would be during COVID. If we were waiting to have information for New Zealand during COVID, we would have been in trouble. Another country's data was used. In this context as well, even though it might be generic, it's not just generic. The research is then used to comparatively deal with similar populations, similar contexts within any part. So yeah, it might not be it is.
In terms of this area and this location, when you're making these statements, then where do we see? I can't see any data in your evidence. All I see is photos. You haven't given us any statistical data, because we heard from the police name statistical data. You haven't given us anything from the medical, from Te Whatu Ora.
I'm glad you brought that up. I do have the data. I know that it's too late. This happened because our in-house data analyst, he did give me the data, but it's not available now. If I had submitted that, I will be cross-examined on something I did not produce. If it's going to help the community, I can produce it. I have it right here sitting, and the committee can decide whatever way they give to it. But the only reason why that is not part of my evidence is because if I'm being asked questions around specific figures, data, and how it's been derived, I cannot answer to it. It's outside my scope as an advisor. That's more data analytics. I can't do it justice.
So if you thought this was important and you knew that your witness wasn't available, what attempts did you make to reschedule hearing time or get this evidence before the committee?
I did not make any attempt, but in saying that, how would it be fair for me to say, please reschedule the whole hearing? Because there are no numbers when data or evidence goes beyond the borders of numbers.
So we have had this hearing locked in for a significant period of time now, months. So when did you, if you thought that you needed this evidence and now are saying, oh, I'm happy to show it to you, when did you collect the evidence, decide they couldn't come?
I can't really talk to that. What I do know is that I reached out to the national or whatever, the analyst. He said he would not be able. And there's two of them that are in-house and the national. Both of them are not available. And
All right.
Is one of those Michael Keehan?
yes,
And that's the person that you brought along to the FIFO hearing, is that right?
that was Michael Keehan, but he didn't write this because he was in Europe for about a month. I went to another person who's currently on holiday. It's a school holidays. So yes, did I try? I did, but circumstances beyond my control. And that's why I've used other forms of evidence.
And then at paragraph 25 at the end, you've made the statement, Nawton currently experiences lower levels of harm, lower than the average from Hamilton. Is that from that statement about Nawton is lower than the average for Hamilton? Is that from
It's not from Stifle. It's from the one that I got that I can't present.
Right, so, okay, so your evidence is that Nawton experiences harm lower than that average for Hamilton.
That is the evidence, but there's an explanation to that.
Okay.
Can I expatiate?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So that is always included in it because in terms of my understanding of how that is interpreted, there is a way that this is calculated. It is the rate of emergency department ED presentation divided by the total number of population that is being spoken about. So yes, is it smaller than the total average of Hamilton? Yes, because if we're putting into context the ED presentations in the whole of Hamilton divided by the total number of the population of Hamilton, it is a lot bigger than it will be for the population of Nawton, be it East, West, and Crucial in Western Heights inclusive, divided by the total number of population. And what that is trying to say is currently, this is from the evidence of the expert that I cannot bring. The word that was highlighted in that is that currently it is sitting at the lower. It had been higher at some point. Currently it is sitting at the lower. Do we want to push it back to higher? I do not think so.
But you don't have any of that data. So what you're saying is, but your evidence is that Nawton currently experiences, but then your witness in FIFO also talked about it being lower, didn't it? The one you can't bring.
That's his evidence. I can't talk to that. This is another one that I
Okay.
again, that's data analysis.
She can't comment on that.
Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wilcliffe. Ms. Hilditch.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Adesanya. I have a few questions. Hopefully I'm not going to get involved in a whole lot of technical explanation here. If I just can ask you to look at your paragraph 5 of your brief. And what is a mesh block?
A mesh block is usually it's a block. The way the statistics is measured, it's a block of a building within a community.
So is it a measured area?
Yes,
So a set within a subset of a deprivation area. Is that right?
it is measured by deprivation, but it is by blocks and necessarily not by the amount of people in it.
Oh.
That makes sense, yeah.
So it's a lineal or geographical area. Is that right?
Yeah, it is a space with a place.
Thank you. You've mentioned in paragraph 7 deprived areas in New Zealand have 3 times more alcohol hospitalizations and mortality than areas that are more affluent. Is there any level of scale that says this decile area is 3 times, but this decile is less than 3? Is there anything, for example, if you're looking at your previous paragraph 5, you're saying that Nawton is largely decile 7 to 10. Is there a trigger that indicates, well, that therefore that must be 3 times the hospitalisation because it's above a decile number? You follow my question? So if I had a decile 5 year, would that also have 3 times more hospitalisations?
So
Because they're both deprived areas.
My understanding of that is the lower the number, the lower the chances of the word now. Looking for the number. The lower the chances of it, 3 times more alcohol hospitalization, the lower the number, the sort of better, the higher the number, the higher the tendency for hospitalization to increase.
So there's not necessarily a specific cutoff along that scale, if you like, from 1 to 10 for 6 it's 3 times and 7 to 10 it's 3 times. Or, it's not that precise, would it?
No.
Can I ask you to look at paragraph 13, please? In terms of health or the health lens, drinking alcohol hazardously, what does that mean? Is that a health terminology, hazardously, or is it just the ordinary meaning of the word?
It will be at the extent in which it is, because alcohol is considered a psychoactive substance. The more of it that is in the blood that is beginning to influence behaviors, if I can say, or reaction to things, the higher it is that it pushed it towards the hazardous consumption level. So in terms of hazardously, that is more reflecting it's a reflective of how much of it, the ethanol or whatever it is that is in the body, that is, I don't know if that makes sense.
Because, and again, it's the hazardous drinkers, is that volume of consumed alcohol, not that they're just crazy people who happen to drink.
No, it's more the alcohol in the system, the volume, that's a better word to use, yes.
Thank you. Just looking at on the same page there, page 225, got a subheading suitability. Is there anything that was to go in there? Because immediately following your heading, you go into amenity and good order, which is quite a separate area under 105.
Yes, that was included because most of the times when we look at suitability, it's not just about the applicant, it's more what the proposed bottle store could lead to. So it's not in the context of suitability as a narrow definition, it's more the other aspect of it that includes the object of the acts and will liquor abuse likely arise due to the presence of the proposed premises in that area.
Right, so is that heading then, it's not necessarily as in 105(1)(b), the suitability of the Thank you. And just moving on, you've made some, so you've presented, shown us sections 4 and 105(1)(a) of the object of the Act, page 231. Which is just really the legislative framework for those sections, isn't it? What are the, you also raised, I think, those matters in your objection to the application. What are the areas of your brief of evidence that relate to this paragraph 29?
It's in terms of the impact of alcohol because the emphasis was more on any harm to the society directly or indirectly. So it's more in terms of what's the wider impact of alcohol in the community. That's the context of that part of it.
So if I was to connect that harm issues to paragraph 29, would it be fair to say that I'd be looking from paragraph 19 under the heading range of harm?
Yes.
And how far would that continue? That continue right through to paragraph 38 or?
So if we have to put it in context, it would be to 26.
26, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Everson. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
This is Sonia. You've had a long morning. You need a drink of water and you're all good. Yeah. I'm going to labour a little bit over some of the distance issues again. Can I start on page 224? And similar to my colleague, can you give me the mesh block? Exactly what size is that? Is that 100 metres or is it 300 metres? I'm just trying to understand the size of a mesh block.
I'm certain about that's the exact size.
Okay, but the zoomed in map on page 224, can you confirm what distance that is? On your evidence on 224, the distance, what sort of circumference is that? Is that?
That will just be where the proposed premises will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But you often refer to effects within, say, 500 meters. Is that the measure you use?
The distance calculation for this one, yes.
Okay. And explain to me again why you use that.
Personally, this is information that data analysts will gather, and what I have been told, because we've used it quite a few, is that we use 500 meters to see the impact clearer, because the wider you go, the lesser you might see the impact, and that doesn't mean that it's not as impactful, but to be able to understand whichever premises in the context of the locality that it will affect, 500 meters is usually the starting point.
Is it your opinion that that 500 meter measure could have come about because historically district licensing applications, when determining whether or not someone had standing, they would frequently use 500 meters?
Yes.
So that's your opinion, and maybe why?
Yes.
Is that an appropriate measure then to use as a distance to measure effects, as opposed to whether or not someone had standing to object?
I suppose it can be the way we look at it. I know that in terms of health resources and presentations of ED, we go about it using domiciles. So if we were to look at the domicile within that 500 meters, I don't think it will reduce the impact, because the 500 meters within that measurement will still be the people living within that area who present or whose incidences have been presented in the ED.
Okay, thank you. So if I now ask you to have a look at point 16, you reference an ALA case, Whangarei versus the level 18 limited. Yeah. And in that, you highlight it, and may I read it to you? Determining what is meant by locality in any given case will vary, depending on the evidence that's produced. Generally, however, locality will be the area of land that is likely to be affected by the operation of the license. And you've highlighted that. If I now look at your page 227 and your point 21,
Yes, sir.
New Zealand's, you say there that in fact, New Zealand studies show that harm have been investigated at 1 kilometre, 3 kilometres, and up to 4.5 kilometres of premises, in addition to within the census area. And so, are you saying that in fact that data shows that the effects of a license can be as far as 4.5 kilometres?
Yes,
away?
the wider effects can go into that, and that's why I did put that the witness will speak more about that, because that's part of the research that she's been involved with, and she will be able to talk to that more than I will be able to.
So, to a committee member who's trying to adjudicate and understand the issues of harm and locality and distances, is it your evidence that we should limit it to 500 metres? Or should we lift our head and go out as far as 4.5 kilometres? Because your own evidence says the ripple effect can go that far out.
It is mine that we zoom in, and
Yep.
then we'll move out to
Right.
see, yes.
So when we contemplate levels of potential harm, we should go as far out as the 4.5.
In terms of the other things, how it sits, how it can affect other community, yes. In terms of the direct impact, it's in. So I think I'm going at it from a public health perspective, like looking at it as a subset of the population and then going outwards. Will the impact reduce? I'm not sure, likely, but we put into context the pocket of harm and how much resources can go into that little one in comparison to the whatever it is that can go out. Going out, it might make you look like it's not as important, but looking in the extent of harm within that little subset when being considered at a closer range,
Right.
it can be a lot in terms of the resources that goes into other things, and this is beyond ED. This is more other things that we have to do in terms of the extent. So it could be ACC, it could be social service, other things. Yeah.
All right, and my last question is just on your page 229, 0.25. And look, I had to read it twice because I thought it may have been a mistake, but you've clarified it. You're saying in that last sentence, according to these measures, the Nawton currently experience levels of harm lower than the average for Hamilton.
Yes, yes, sir, and that's of the evidence, and the key word is currently, because at some point it had been higher,
Right.
but right now, currently, and that's 4 weeks, 5 weeks ago, kind of currently, based on where I got it from, is lower, and then putting another bottle store in that area could potentially tip it up.
All right. Could you explain to me again how those numbers are arrived at?
I'll try.
Yeah, because you had to go at it and I didn't quite capture it.
So it's I wrote it out here just so I can remember. It's the rate, it's the ED presentation,
Yeah.
divided by population.
Yep.
Multiplied by 1,000. And then whatever, this is me trying to explain in my little way. And that's, that number is used to decide the number of effects based on 10,000 people within every population.
And the population figure you use That would be, sorry, what is the population figure you?
I used the one that included the crusher one, that's up.
The 225,
Yeah.
okay, so that, right. If you would use the population all the way out to the 4.5, which is on 227, on page 227, where you're saying research has shown that harm can ripple that far out, you'd have no idea of what those figures would look like? No.
That's outside my expertise.
Okay, that's fine. No, that was it. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned if you go further out, then that number would be a little bit higher. Is that right? So I mean, if you focus, the number will be lower, but then if you keep going out to the population, like I think you mentioned in your evidence, if it's a Hamilton, then that would be a lot higher.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're talking about what you've just mentioned, my colleague, in your paragraph 25 about the Nawton currently experienced levels of harm lower than the average for Hamilton. So is that within the radius of 500 or?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be within there.
Yep. So potentially, if we go to up to 4.5, then that would be higher.
Yes.
Okay. And then so if we look at 4.5 and it's higher, then potentially your argument about having another store, a bottle store there, it would increase that number might actually become redundant. Is that right?
What number?
So because what you're saying here is that at the moment when we're looking at this within a 500 meter radius, Nawton currently experienced levels of harm lower than the average for Hamilton, right? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying is if there is a bottle store, then that rate or the experienced levels of harm would increase.
In terms of the number of population that it's affecting.
That's
yes.
right. But then if we're looking at a 4.5 and it's if you're saying that the levels are higher, and if there is a bottle store that is put in place, then potentially we don't know whether that's going to increase or not because the level would be higher at 4.5 than say 500.
The numbers will be higher, but in terms of the domicile that then we start to calculate, we begin to push the number of e-representation up, which might not necessarily represent the number of people within that community.
Right. Okay. I think I get you. Now, let me just check. So you talked about how when Miss Rawcliffe was asking you questions about paragraphs 23 to 27, saying that that's really submissions, and your answer was, well, I had someone, or I was hoping to have someone to be able to have that data to back that up, right? But you couldn't find someone to get that data. Well,
in terms of
to present that data. Okay, all right. Can I just indicate it would be helpful in the future if we have that person, because I understand that in the past you've had people like Michael Kean, and so that would be useful because it's data that's backing up with what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, my learning thoughts too. Going forward, so I'll just come back and say, hey, what can we do about the timing and scheduling?
So there's been quite a lot of questions asked this morning. I just want to give you this opportunity before we conclude your evidence to see whether there's any matters that you wish to clarify.
The only thing that I just like saying, which I still will address in the closing submission, is that every time we have a zoom in look at alcohol, we should always look out as well. And if we think about alcohol as a commodity, and that putting measures in place. Okay, I'll use someone's analogy to explain this. A smart woman once told me that our job is to make sure that at the top of the hill, there is measures put in place so that alcohol harm doesn't become something that we let fall and then we start cleaning. If we have that lens, it helps put into perspective the reason why we do this. It is to make sure that alcohol harm is reduced and not wait for the harm to happen and then start cleaning it, which is reflected in the amount of money that goes into alcohol harm management in itself.
So is it your position that, look, you're not opposed to a bottle store being put in place, you know, but they just, the applicant needs to be suitable to be able to operate in that particular area?
Correct, otherwise we'll be putting everything and closing bottles down, and that's not our stance. Our stance is to reduce harm caused by alcohol.
And certainly, when there is a bottle store, there are certain ways to be able to alleviate any of those risks. If they can operate to a high standard.
It is possible, but then we have to also put into context as well the community that bottle store is servicing. Communities usually change, so the more community changes, the more things can then be looked into. But in terms of this one that we're talking about right now, in terms of the deprivation and vulnerability of the people in the area, it is usually better to actually look at it in the context of that area, whatever bottle store in the context of the area that it's been proposed.
And I get that, you know, communities change, and so the makeup of their ethnicities change. But we've heard evidence today that, you know, some of the figures that you provided in another hearing is different to the one that you provided here, and your explanation is that could possibly be an error. Is that right?
That's the answer I gave there and then. I am sure that going back and looking at it with time without the pressure of the questions, would be, yeah, there definitely will be a response.
But the point here is that when you're inputting this information into to get that percentage makeup, you're using the same data, which is the 2018 census data. Is that correct?
The thing was from census. Yes.
Right. So for the other hearing and for this one, you've used the same data to input. Okay. Any other matters that you want to?
That would be me. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Ms. Adesanya. That concludes your evidence.
Okay.
Now, the next person is Ms. Lamb. I understand that she would like to have a support person sitting next to her. Is that right?
Yes.
I think she's quite nervous about giving evidence, which is fair enough. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do any other parties have any issues with her having a support person? Okay. All right. So do you want to call your next witness? Oh, sorry. Yeah, oh geez, sorry. Shall we have a break? Is that all right? Shall we have a 15-minute break? Sorry. I'm just too keen to get this finished today. All right. All right. Hewson and Mr. Sontier on the line?
I am, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm here too.
Can you, yeah, okay. Is everyone ready to start? Okay, now before we hear the evidence from Ms. Lamb, and I don't know whether this issue is going to arise for this particular witness, but I'll take this opportunity to explain to the parties why there's been some evidence that's been talked about in regards to another hearing, and then why it's been asked about it, and then there was a ruling about another piece of evidence yesterday. There is no blanket rule that you can't use evidence from another hearing into this hearing, all right? The only difference here is that if you want to introduce evidence from another hearing in this hearing, you need to call that person to give evidence so that we can hear it firsthand, and then it'll give the other party an opportunity to question that witness. So here in this case, when Ms. Rawcliffe was asking questions of the medical officer of health regarding some of the data that she presented at another hearing and why that was different in relation to the ones that she presented in this hearing, she gave evidence at the last hearing, and she's also here at this hearing. And why that matters is because we're talking about a location, the same location. We're talking about two businesses within 100 meters of each other. So that is, that sort of information is allowed to be presented. So I just want to make that crystal clear to the parties that if you want to present evidence from another hearing, call that witness. Because as you can appreciate, whilst, say for example, yesterday, when the inspector wanted to introduce a brief of evidence from another person at another hearing, that was for a completely different application. It was a completely different applicant. And so, and where you've got different committee members who heard that evidence and assessed that evidence. So is that clear? Ms. Mail, is that? Dr. Hewson?
Sorry, sir. Yeah, I just want to make a comment on that. And the difficulty is that there is yet to be a decision in FIFO. So it's not that, I think there is a distinction here that there hasn't yet been a decision. And so all of that information that we're bringing into this hearing is still live. And I do have a concern that that's been taking place, but I just wanted to leave it at that.
Okay, well, if that was to be applied to your position yesterday about the admission of the brief of evidence, how does that apply?
So that decision involved Smugglers Nawton, which is a decision that has been made.
Yes.
So that matter is now essentially settled. So
right.
But the difference with FIFO or FIFO is that you're yet to make a decision about that hearing. And so I think this crossover of evidence does place you at some difficulty.
Well, I get your point here, but the thing here is that the applicant in this case is entitled to ask the agencies about the position that they have taken in relation to another application, say, for example, in terms of the amenity and good order. And if there's inconsistencies, then we need to know why that position has changed in relation to this application. Certainly, the decision for the FIFO is not going to be affected by the evidence here, and the evidence from FIFO is not going to be it's not going to be taken into consideration here. But what is important here is that we want to know why some of the positions have changed in regards to, say, amenity and good order, and why there's been some different statistics being presented. Those are the matters that we consider as relevant, and we want to take that into consideration. But the overarching thing that we need to observe here, Dr. Hewson, is the rule of natural justice. If we were to admit, say, evidence from someone else from another hearing, and they're not here to present it, and the applicant hasn't had an opportunity to cross-examine them, how is that fair for the applicant?
Yes, sir. Look, I take that point, and I would accept that.
And
But I think that
if we had a different medical officer of health at the FIFO hearing, then obviously the questioning of this particular medical officer of health as to what another medical officer of health may have said at a different hearing would be unfair, and I would not have allowed that.
Look, as you've said, there is only one medical officer of health, and the people attending are essentially their delegate. But look, I don't want to labour this, sir. You've taken this hearing forward on the basis that you have. I'm simply just making a statement that I do think that places you in some difficulty. But look, it's already happened. So
I can certainly tell you that it doesn't place me in any difficulty. We've got a different members on this panel. The only difference is there's myself who is chairing this hearing, and I chair the other hearing, but I've got different members here, and I value their input, just as I value the input of the other members in the other FIFO hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The point you're making is that you are on both. And
yes, unless we have a different commissioner for every single application, I don't think that's a practical.
I think this is a really unique situation. I've never come across a situation where you have two premises applying for licenses in the same locality at essentially the same time. So I think that is does place us in a unique situation. But I don't want to labour this any further, sir. I think we should just you've proceeded in the way that you think is fit, and that you know I respect that. And I think we should just proceed on that basis that you're leading this matter on.
Yes. Ms. Rawcliffe, do you want to be heard?
I just find it surprising because there was a similar application within the last couple of weeks which Dr. Hewison was involved and knew of two stores applying for a license in the same fashion.
Okay, are you aware of that, Dr. Hewison?
If I could be reminded which one is this the Papamoa one?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
But I think
we don't need to go on about
we don't need to. You don't need to look at that. If you, yeah,
The thing here is that I think it's really important. I thought I was clear about the ruling yesterday, and then today we've had questions, objections about whether evidence from another hearing could be, admitted or discussed. But the whole point here is that you have people who were at the last hearing who gave evidence, and then they're giving evidence here. And so the applicant is entitled to cross-examine them with regards to whether they're consistent in their position. But, the thing here is, and I just want to make this perfectly clear to everybody, is if you want to call evidence, don't just attach a brief from another hearing, call them. You're more than welcome to call whoever you like, so then we can hear what they have to say, we can assess the evidence, and then it gives the other party an opportunity to cross-examine. Okay, so I know that we're a commission of inquiry, but I'm not going to abuse that position, because we always have to observe the rules of natural justice, and that is something that we take very seriously, and we need to ensure that this process is fair for everyone. Okay, so I hope that clarifies that with the agencies, because I do get a sense, a bit of frustration on my side of the left side. So are we perfectly clear? All right. Because I just don't want people to feel like they can't call evidence for other hearings. The expectation is, again, if you want to introduce evidence, call them. We want to see them. All right. Ms. Adesanya, are you ready?
Sure.
Thank you. Now I see, Ms. Slam, you've got a support person sitting next to you.
Sure.
So would you like to introduce yourself?
Kia ora koutou, Andrew Galloway from Alcohol House Watch.
Thank you. Now, should we swear Ms. Lemon?
Can you please state your full name for the record? From Gordon Lamb. Please place your hand on the Bible. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Thank you.
You can call her all the things you say. I don't want.
Oh, right, okay. Ms. Lamb, there should be, do we have a bundle of documents in front of, volume 2, Ms. Lamb? If I can get you to turn to page 233. Can you confirm that what we see on page 233 is your brief of evidence?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and if I can I ask you to speak up a little bit?
Sorry, I can. Yes, it's my.
Thank you. If at any stage you need to have a break, please let us know. But please speak up. Now, the brief that you've got in front of you, you can confirm that it is true and correct.
I can.
Thank you. Now, is there anything in that you would like to add before I ask the other parties whether they have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Licensing Inspector?
No question.
Sergeant? Medical Officer? Oh, sorry. Dr. Hewson?
Sorry, just I was changed. I do have a question.
Oh, sorry.
I was busy writing the question on this. Ms. Lamb, from your knowledge and experience working and you've got considerable knowledge around alcohol harm, what would be your opinion of the reintroduction of a off license in this locality? What would be the impact of the reintroduction of an off license in this locality?
I think my brief was quite clear, but also experience, and I acknowledge the experience of the agencies and the experience of the communities who know very well what the outcome would be. They've lived it and have reported on it. So this is a high deprivation area. It would mean that it needs enhanced suitability to have something come back into that area. And it's not uncommon, but certainly this location is very high at the extreme end of deprivation.
Just one other question. This is an off license for a bottle store. There's been, for your information, a previous application still pending for a supermarket to have an off license within the same stroke. What's the difference between a supermarket off license and which is a higher risk potentially for the bottle store versus an off license in the supermarket, or is there?
There is a difference. While 80% of alcohol is purchased from off licenses generally, there is often a distinction, and it's reflected in things like opening hours and local alcohol policies or whatever, often a distinction between supermarkets and the bottle stores. I'm not saying that a lot of alcohol isn't purchased from supermarkets, and the idea would be they would be treated the same, but certainly with looking at cases and evidence, bottle stores are at greater risk at this time anyway. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Hewson, do you have any questions?
No, sir, no questions.
Mr. Sontier?
No questions either, thank you, sir.
Ms. Rawcliffe?
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Sarah Rawcliffe. I'm the solicitor for the applicant. Are you familiar with the Nawton area?
A little bit, and I certainly know the mall. I've been to the mall, but I don't frequent there. I live in Auckland.
You live in Auckland. In your evidence, you reference about 49 sources of studies and information. Have you done any of your own research?
I would say I work in an organisation that does a lot of research.
And is any of that referenced in this document?
Possibly not, because or for example, I did bring along this, we referenced the 9.1 billion cost of harm. We summarised that. I mean, we produced a lot of information.
So, if I wanted to ask you questions on methodology and limitations of this research, are you able to answer those if I was to do that about some of all the studies?
I'm not a qualified in that field to do, I know a bit about research, and I work in an organisation that does a lot of research. I'm not personally qualified. I'm more on the legal side of things, but I have, for example, just completed a guide that includes a lot of this research, so I've had to look at it.
In your evidence, you've used words throughout, such as hypothesize, potentially, tend to. There's a lot of references about that throughout it.
Exactly.
But there's no, you're not going to present any actual data on Nawton, are you?
I've tried to include that in the short brief of evidence, but and it's available. But I build on what other people have done in my organisation and in the past with research, Nikki Jackson, Dr. Nikki Jackson, etc.
So when there is a small amount of information specifically about Nawton from paragraph 11. And I assume then this information forms the basis of your evidence. So in paragraph 11, you talked about the score of the location of the proposed shop in Nawton as a high score of 9. How did you get that number?
I think that's a good question, and I do. I have been watching this, and I have been to the mall and I've read the application, etc. And I realised that you identified it as 10 earlier. I think, did you?
There's been discussion about a lot of numbers.
Oh,
as we've gone over the course
so
of
I looked at not only the 2018 census, which is what we have to go on at the moment, but also what 2 universities have interpreted that as. And so I think generally it's come out as a high 9.
So no, I'm just wondering about how you got the 9 for Nawton. So you've said, so because you've talked about 9 and 10, so that's the studies, that's what the studies have shown, but then you've then gone on to talk about Nawton and you've said it's a 9. So I'm just wondering how we got the 9.
I did look at those university studies and they came out with the 9.
Look, I understand the university studies say the 9. I'm wondering how Nawton, when you say Nawton,
it was broken
is
down
9.
to Nawton.
So, but where does the 9 come from for Nawton? Sorry, so when you're talking about 9, you're talking about the deprivation levels from the statistics.
Yes.
So when you say Nawton, what area are you?
Nawton West, sorry.
Nawton West. And so I heard you mention Nawton West. Okay, because Nawton West is a 7.
Okay, one moment. The location of the supermarket was a 9.
I understand that the small mesh block of the supermarket was 8.
So where's that information?
So,
Ms. Walker?
I mean, we can go back and
Sorry,
check that.
we'll just pause.
So I would have to go back through the evidence to find the exact.
There is a difference between Nawton East and Nawton West. I understand that, although they're quite obviously close together. But this is just looking at the studies from 2 universities and statistics, and based on the different criteria, slightly different criteria from the 2018 census.
Right. I understand the studies. I'm not talking about studies at the moment. I'm just trying to get, because of course a lot of your evidence is based on the number. Yes. So if it's a 9, then you're saying that this all becomes relevant. So
Yes.
I'm just wondering how you've defined Nawton to make it a 9. Can you explain that to me?
It's not true, but I think Ms. Rawcliffe may have missed the answer that Ms. Lamb gave when she said that the research from the universities narrowed down to, not it broke down, but there was 2 conversations going at once. But I heard her say that the research could focus.
It can.
Okay.
But sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, Ms. Lamb, are you able to speak up a little bit and then just explain?
So the university studies that I looked at, and it's based on the 2018 census and that criteria, broke it down to Nawton East and Nawton West. And there is a difference between the two. Where the mall is in the higher depth area, as far as I understand.
Okay, so that university study, where is that one?
Hang on.
Sorry, you're giving evidence at the moment, and so it's really important that you
Yes, I
don't
understand
confer
that.
with your colleague.
I will tell you, my printed copy here has numbers, and this has got Roman numbers, and I just have to work out which one, but paragraph 11, isn't it? Hang on a minute.
Yes, I do find it odd with Roman numerals
Yeah.
for footnotes.
So you see the University of Auckland on 30, I looked at that, and 37 and 38, Massey University and Waikato, 3 things. The Waikato Regional Council Socio-Economic Deprivation, that is from 2021, which is after the census.
Okay, so when you say, then you said that Nawton East and West were different. So
Slightly.
my understanding is that Nawton East is a 10, but Nawton West is a 7. Is that what that study showed? I didn't print them all because there's so many, and I haven't read every single one, but I've read quite a few of them.
Where the mall is seems to be a higher deprivation than outside that area.
Okay, so I might show you a map that we've been referring to throughout the hearing.
Ms. Phillips?
And I understand that being out of the area is going to make this a little bit more difficult, but where the black dot is approximately is where the proposed location is.
Yep.
And so you'll see, and the orange lines are the areas. So Nawton East contains the dot. So it is within Nawton East. And the neighbouring block is Nawton West.
Can you show me on this map where Hyde Avenue is, if I missed that?
That hides where the line piece of it is, where the line runs down between directly to the left of the dot is Hyde Avenue.
Sorry, can we just pause for a second? Oh, pardon.
I was gonna say, it might be difficult for her, she doesn't stay in the culture system often, so trying to figure out the boundaries might be tricky because she's just seen it.
Okay, no, that's all right. So, Ms.
So
Rawcliffe,
the location of the off license seems to be, and I could be wrong here, closer to Hyde Avenue, which you're now saying is on the boundary,
sorry,
Okay.
Ms.
or not?
Rawcliffe, if we can just slowly take Ms. Lamb through the map.
So this, can you see the black dot?
Yep.
That's the store, and then just that line running down directly next, that's Hyde Avenue. So that would be the one that maybe you drove in from. And so where this dot is, and then the orange border around it, that's Nawton East. And then right next door, that's Nawton West. Okay, so what I was just trying to get to is, we've heard evidence that Nawton East is a 10, but Nawton West is a 7. But then it's 9. So I'm just trying to work out where the difference, how we got the 9 from your evidence.
Definitely. So I looked at those three sources of information, 2 from the university, 1 from the regional council, and it said 9. I think it's. Do you think it's semantics? Because I know the off license is going to be closer to Hyde Avenue, is it?
Well, it's going to be where the dot is.
Okay.
Okay, so I suppose,
Well, sorry, technically, should the dot be above the Durham because it's, yeah, it should be above the Durham, not the behind the Durham, because that's where there's a church there, isn't there?
yeah, I think we're not putting it in the yeah, I think
That
I
should be
did
above,
mention
yeah.
that it might, it's very close to that, so it's on the other side.
And now I would say it probably needs some further information from the regional council report or something like that. I can't answer that any further.
So if, because if the committee's heard a lot of evidence about the area, and there'll be some complaints about the what area is impacted. So I probably don't need you to answer further. I was just interested because the evidence that we've heard from others is different to a 9, and 9 was a new number. Yeah, so that's why it was 9 wasn't a number we've had before. So
it might be in the more recent regional council report.
Right, so it's not based on the statistics data.
Well, it probably is, but as I said, I can go back and look that up and tell you precisely.
Right, and then you talk about the spread of harm. So would you say that it's important to include other areas radiating out from there? Because there's been a lot of evidence prior about Western Heights. So there's been a lot of community groups come and speak about how Western Heights would be a community accessing this store. So would you think that that information should be brought into the analysis?
I suppose you could ask her if she actually knows where Western
No,
Heights is.
I don't.
Okay, so Western Heights.
She is from Auckland,
Yeah.
is that right? You're from Auckland, Ms. Lamb? Okay,
Yes.
so let's just take
Okay, so
step by
Western
step.
Heights on the map is the next to North and West. So we go if we're going across from right to left, we go North and East, and then North and West across the road from the bottle store, and then Western Heights.
So, sorry, no, okay, so we can see Frisian Place, right? And then it says Western Heights.
Western Heights is basically this one right down to the sort of.
Okay, what I can say is that I think there's like a 4% increase in binge drinking associated with, I mean, there have been studies within with an extra off license within 1 kilometre of home. So the proximity is important.
Okay, and I will come back to that point. But if this committee was to find a different score, because you've talked about 9 and 10. So if they were to say, when we're looking at the impact of the score, if it wasn't a 9 or 10, that would make a difference to your evidence?
If it's a low depth area, are you saying?
Because you talk a lot through here, we talk 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, and then you've said it's a 9. But if there was a finding of fact or opinion here that it wasn't a 9 or a 10, then these studies and this data wouldn't apply, would it?
It's a proportional thing, isn't it? If you found that it was a low depth area, absolutely it wouldn't apply. necessarily. It would apply to some extent, but it wouldn't have that enhanced test for a high dip area. And you think, Norton, you're saying that it's, anyway.
I'm not saying anything,
Okay.
I'm not giving evidence,
Okay.
so I'm just putting a proposition to you about the impact of what you've presented compared to where the evidence is. So in terms of, when you talked about, I think you just talked then about adding another store within what's the, distance was that?
1 kilometre.
1 kilometre. So, and a lot of the studies appear to be about that density or proliferation issue. So, and my first question was going to be about the area. So you're talking about 1 kilometre. So how many, so when you're starting with that, does there need to be one there to start with? In that 1 kilometre, because you said adding one. Adding a store.
So just to be clear, the more stores you have in an area, the more harm. And there's a whole, I think I've outlined that there are a whole lot of reasons for that. And if you add on, it becomes competitive. You have longer trading hours. You have cheaper sales often. So if you're saying that there's one already and you add more, then the more you have a proliferation of off licenses, the more harm.
Okay, so and those studies are done on a 1 kilometre radius, or what's this?
No, that's just an independent study for, by Connor, I think. The research is very clear. There's masses of research about that.
Yes, so I'm just trying to understand how the research works. So there is a store, then how close does the next store need to be to get the impact of proliferation or harm?
That's a good question, and that has been addressed in a lot of local alcohol policies. So they have a distance rule, 50 metres, whatever, so they're not all congregated in the same area. And there's most of the local alcohol policies, and I know Hamilton doesn't have one, but most of them, I think practically all of the local alcohol policies that are in place in Waikato have a cap in areas. You cannot have more than this in this area.
And so, talking about that, so the ones that you're familiar with, what is the area or the cap in terms of an area? So what's the radius?
So they have a number. In
Right.
this area, you can only have this number.
But surely that area must have a radius. Otherwise, how do you know what the area is?
Well, they name it as a suburb or whatever.
Okay,
A
so
town.
right, and so you might, so say they said Nawton,
Mm.
they would say there needs to be a cap.
Yep.
Right.
And that's what a local alcohol policy, which a district licensing committee would take account of. And they would say, like, one, and we've got the power now to have one license in this area or whatever.
And it could be more than one, but when those policies are developed, there's a lot of input, isn't there, from various groups? Yes, and a lot of research and a lot of presentations to get to that policy, is that right? And when I was reading some of these reports, would you accept that they say that the best way to deal with these issues about density is through policy and local alcohol policies?
I think it's an important tool, and the Law Commission were going to make them compulsory, but there are other things as well. You've got alcohol bans, there's a whole lot of things you can do to help with alcohol, if that's what you mean.
Yes, but it's a matter of policy, isn't it, in terms of that helps this issue, because you can all input in the evidence into a policy as to what the cap should be, what the area should be. Do you accept that it's better to be done by policymakers rather than?
She just said there are other things that goes into place besides the LP.
There's a lot of things. There's one tool. There's a whole lot of tools you can do, and should be consulting the public on, and the communities obviously have responded to this.
I
Thank you, Ms. Rawcliffe. Ms. Hilditch.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lamb. Please excuse me. I'm not contagious. Clearly, you've had a lot of time in your career where you've been doing research on a wide matter of topics. Is that correct?
Yes, a lot of practical work as well. So in regulatory space and at Auckland Council, Ministry of Health, etc.
Can I just ask you, in terms of research, where you have accessed or used international or overseas data or reports, can you make any comment on those kind of reports' relevancy to the New Zealand situation, whether it's the same subject matter under study?
That's an interesting question, and we do tend to look particularly to Australia. And for example, you might have to have an impact report before you can get a liquor license, or in some, I think Queensland were looking at that. So we do look at them, and for a whole range of reasons. We look across the alcohol pricing policies, and we're quite connected globally. But from my experience, yes, you can look overseas.
And in your experience, could you make a comment as to whether those situations, for example, if we're looking at alcohol harm in the community and prevalence of premises selling alcohol in specific communities, that experience is similar to the New Zealand research data or results?
That's more for academic that question. I have to say I work at Alcohol Health Watch, which has those links nationally, and it's a national organisation, but it has those links internationally. But I think a lot of those academics would look at that.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I guess it is. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mrs. Lamb. I've got a couple of questions. Could I refer to your evidence on page 234? And could I ask you to have a look at clause 4 of your evidence? Can I just get your definition, first of all, of alcohol outlets? What is your definition in your evidence?
Well, it's a good question. It's typically off licenses.
So in the context of 4, what are you referring to? Off license?
Off licenses.
Okay. And you're aware that currently in that area of Nawton, there is no off license?
No, but this is an application, and I understand there might be others.
So
look at the broader area as well.
So Ms. Lamb, if I ask you on the same second sentence under 4, what is high concentration?
That's a very good point, but it's an over concentration, and it's often it's hard to put a number on it. It depends what the area is. If you lived in a small town and you had 10 pubs, it might be that.
Okay, but in this context, you're giving evidence.
Yes.
Expert evidence in terms of this application. And so my question is, whether you've said where there is high concentration, what are you defining in this context as high concentration? Is it 1, 2, 5, 10?
It's also proximity to other ones, and I think there's a list in the documents of how close other outlets are, not just in the mall.
Well, respectfully, you haven't answered my question.
No, I
Mrs.
haven't.
Lamb.
How many? It's a difficult question to answer.
Okay, so you can't answer the question.
Not precisely, no.
Right, thank you. You go on to say that impulsive alcohol purchases are encouraged by, you list a series of things.
Yes.
If conditions to a license prevent those things, is it your expert evidence that that mitigates your concerns?
Those are sort of multiplier effects. That sort of adds layers. It doesn't 100% get rid of resolve the issue of a bottle store coming into this area. The other thing we look at too is, I might go back to the last question, is how many licenses per head of population as well. But as for clause 4.
So sorry,
Yep.
You've thrown that out, right?
Yep,
What is the number of license per population?
So for the whole of Hamilton, it's about, it's got 120 off licensed premises, so that's one license for every 1,300 people.
And in terms of this area,
And I've just looked at the greater Hamilton area.
right? So it's not site specific.
It's proximity. So if you want to confine it to Nawton Mall.
Yeah, I've got some questions regarding proximity soon, but okay. Okay, so just so I'm clear, alcohol outlets are off licenses and concentration is hard to define. Is that your evidence?
I mean, there's a lot of research on it. I have to say that I haven't brought that necessarily here. I might have referred to it, but there's a lot of research on, a congregation of licenses.
Again, do you agree that conditions can help mitigate your concerns? You've suggested that these issues can be aggregated, so they can. Right? So sorry, could you repeat that? So you're saying that these
conditions can certainly help with off licenses, or any license.
Thank you. What research do you have that would help us to understand what other conditions a district licensing committee should put in place to mitigate the concerns? You've obviously listed a few. Are they, is that all of them, or do you have other?
Sometimes it depends on the location, but these ones are listed there are quite important, particularly with research we've done on remote delivery, for example, and the lack of checking for ID. And if you add that in with buy now, pay later, you can get online and attract the young people who may not have the ID checked. So you understand what I'm saying. Sometimes it's a combination of a whole lot of different licenses. The other ones, as I said, might be more site specific.
You've read the application in this case?
Yes, I have.
Excellent. And so can you tell me whether or not off-site or remote sales are
and also I was listening.
Sorry. Is it part of the application or
no, it isn't.
Okay, so okay, so that's an example, and of course that's not included. I guess my question is there other conditions that you feel that if the DLC was of a mind to grant a license, what other conditions would help negate your argument of the issue of impulsive purchases?
Well, and also underage purchases. So a growing number of license conditions have a restriction on vaping products, as an example, or products associated with alcohol gains.
Okay.
The advertising. So the District Licensing Committee in Auckland, for example, has a practice note on outdoor advertising. And that crime prevention through environmental design anyway. But what else? This one? Yep.
That's it. Okay, thank you. On 234 still, item 6, again, you refer to restricting number of locations of bottle store, but you also raise the issue of trading hours. Can you refer me to any expert reports or analysis that within the New Zealand context that helps identify the best sort of suited trading hours that would coincide with best practice for alcohol harm? I'm just trying to understand what you're recommending in terms of the trading hours.
To go back to the key issue is about accessibility and yes, affordability. Accessibility means location and it means hours are the two key issues. So the longer the trading hours, and if you look at businesses where they do the most trading, it's often at the end of the day, at the late evening. So they often want longer hours and those people buying alcohol at that time of the night are typically the vulnerable, the people who have alcohol problems. So there is research on that.
So what is that time of the night?
After 9 o'clock.
After 9.
Typically.
Okay. So my question to you is, would some of your concerns be mitigated if trading hours was limited to closing by 9 o'clock?
Yes, well, that is the standard that a lot of, for example, local alcohol policies are starting to have, or certainly have, is closing at 9 p.m. and also not opening at 7 a.m. or whatever.
So I guess I'm asking you in terms of your position within Alcohol Health Watch.
Right.
What is Alcohol Health Watch's preferred hours of trade?
Well, based on research, the shorter the hours, the better. Certainly not after 9 p.m.
Okay.
So, and that when a lot of councils have done research in their area, and they have found the same thing.
So not after 9 and not before 7 a.m.
Oh no!
Sorry, I thought that was the time you said. Sorry.
No. What I'm saying is that is exactly what you wouldn't want to have. Some an off license opening at 7 a.m.
Okay, so
10 a.m. maybe.
10 a.m. Okay. I'm not trying to trick you.
So
I'm simply asking.
So one of the things I will say, we do have positions on things, but it's really evidence based. And so with the growing amount of evidence and research reports by local government and academic research, these are sort of the areas.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That helps me. In your evidence, so page 235, item 9. Can you expand on harm and how it sort of cascades out? Because you talk about.
I do.
Yeah, so 1 kilometre up to 3 kilometres up to 4.5. Expand on that for me.
And I'm going to say I'd have to look back at the research on this because I haven't. I know about the increase in binge drinking 1 kilometre from home or whatever, but for expanding it out like this, I'd have to refer back to the research.
Right.
I mean, it is pretty standard research, is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. So you didn't do the research?
Not myself. No.
Okay. But
Hopefully
what you're
I've
saying,
referenced it.
right, your evidence is that alcohol harm can occur up to 4.5 kilometres from a licensed premise.
I really think other data, police data and everything will bear that out as well.
Yes, but I'm just confirming what your evidence is.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so up to 4.5. So going back to this particular application, do you accept that currently in this particular location, there isn't an off license at the Nawton Mall?
At this moment in time?
Yeah.
Not an off license, there's a tavern, but that's right.
Right.
And a TAB.
Sorry, let me just make sure, because early on in your evidence, you said when you used the word alcohol outlet, you were referring to off license. That's still the case, right? Not a tavern. Right, so off license. Okay. Should we, when determining the level of deprivation, go out as far as the ripple effect up to 4.5? Is that a fairer objective analysis? Or is it your evidence that it's more appropriate to focus on within 500 metres of a licensed premise to determine the level of deprivation we measure?
That's a very good question. I mean, ideally, you would do both.
Right.
But,
well, let's explore that. So expand on, we should measure both.
And as I've said in here, I think you need to look at the ripple effect out. With off licenses, people buy alcohol to take away. They might go to the park 50 metres up the road, whatever. So, yeah.
But it's your evidence that best practice would be to look at both.
I think so.
So it's your evidence.
I think so. The more evidence you have, the better. Yes,
Okay,
I think
okay.
so.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think I'm nearly there. I'm sorry. I had just the final question, if I can. On page 236.13. Can I just get your view on behalf of Alcohol Health Watch? In 13, you referenced the fact that Hamilton City Council abandoned its provincial local alcohol policy in 2018. Why did you highlight that?
Mostly because a lot of things have changed with the 2023 community participation legislation. And it's signalling that that's giving a lot of councils the confidence now, without having to be appealed all the way to the Supreme Court in the case of Auckland, to do a local alcohol policy that fits in, will make a decision making, and hopefully a bit more clearer.
Are you at all concerned that, I mean, in this case, you'll be aware that Hamilton doesn't have a lab. Is there a fear of incremental creep that Alcohol Watch is advocating for something that actually isn't in play here, and that you're trying to bring pressures and a set of rules regarding a lap that actually isn't here? And shouldn't that be focused if there was a lap application? I'm just trying to understand
I hadn't really thought of it that way. I just wanted to explain that it's not uncommon to have a depth 9, depth 10 restriction,
Right.
or a cap or whatever, but it's in other, we are a national organisation, so we look nationally, and also take from the case law on local alcohol policies. So the Supreme Court in the Auckland one reaffirmed the precautionary approach, which I think needed reaffirming, even though it has been at various levels. So I don't think the two are necessarily so separate.
But you agree that today, when we try to adjudicate all the information we've got,
Yes,
we have to do it currently on
Yes.
this legislation.
I do.
Okay.
I'm not saying that they don't provide a guidance, and particularly for discretionary conditions, if you had a look around the country, what are in the discretionary conditions in local alcohol policies, they reflect local concerns.
So my last question, if I could, just in reference to, you're aware of multiple different labs across the country.
Absolutely.
Could you help me to understand, is there a single measure of distance used between one store and another? Because I think you tried to, but I didn't quite follow your answer earlier on.
And it might be site specific, or it might, in the local alcohol policies, a number of them want them confined to a particular zone, or particularly with sensitive sites, it depends, up to 150 metres from a school, marae, healthcare facility, playground, etc. So, and a lot of them are becoming a bit more standardised.
So that's between a sensitive site, between other stores?
Yes, between other stores, there's usually a distance or radius.
And what sort of distance is that?
They vary, sometimes 50 metres or whatever.
So,
it depends on the location.
So sometimes 50 metres. All right, thank you very much. It helps me.
Ms. Lamb, I just want to get some clarification from you. When my colleague was asking you questions, he asked you in your expert opinion, and you didn't correct him. But I just wanted to know, you're not purporting to be an expert, are you?
No, but this is entitled expert evidence, isn't it? So I didn't correct him, but I try to emphasise the fact that I'm not a researcher. I rely on research, might do some research. I have to say our organisation is an expert in research, and my colleagues are, and our other academics that we collaborate with. Yes. Thank you.
and the evidence that you presented to this committee is a combination of the research that's been put together. Yes. To help us.
Yes, okay. I'm very much dependent on it.
Yeah. Ms. Adesanya, do you have any re-examination? All right, well, look, thank you very much for coming today, Ms. Lamb, giving evidence. That concludes your evidence for today. So thank you. Thank you to your support person.
I might leave some brochures.
All right. We're pretty much towards the, so that's the evidence for the medical officer of health. Is that right, Ms. Adesanya? Thank you. I see Dr. Hewison, we're just before 1 o'clock, so I understand you need to leave soon.
Yeah, I'm available if you desperately need me, sir. But essentially, I think you're now going into a discussion of conditions, and the position of the councillors is they don't believe conditions are appropriate. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Thank you for that. What I was going to suggest is if we can take a short lunch break, and then we can just come back and then have some further discussions about the next steps. And if the parties want to discuss conditions, then we can allow time for that. But there's no pressure at all. So can we come back? So it's 20 to 1. Are we able to come back? How long do you need? How long do the parties need for a lunch? Okay, can we come back in 30 minutes? Is that all right, Sergeant? Or do you need to?
I need a I'm trying to do many jobs at once.
Yeah.
So look at long, please.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, so shall we come back at 1:30? give you sufficient time?
So.
So,
Covering. for
yeah,
staff.
no, that's fine. Yeah. No, thank you. All right, well, let's come back at
Oh,
1:30.
sorry, apologies, sir. Just in terms of procedure, are you also setting a timetable for closing written submissions?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
good. No, I'll hear from Kieran or someone about what that timetable is. I'm very comfortable with that. I've just had other DLCs that want closing oral submissions, but if you're not doing that, I'm very pleased.
No, yeah, because I think last time I mentioned that we were going to have written closing submissions, and so there's no need for you to provide any closing submissions today, Dr. Hewson.
Thank you, sir. Yes, if I could take my leave and wish
That's
you well.
great.
For the
No,
rest
thank
of the
you.
day. Thank you.
Can I
very
get some feedback from you in regards to that, though? How long is it that you normally need to file your submissions?
Look, I think in terms of the complexity of this one, we'd probably I'm thinking at least 10 working days from if it's today.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yep.
My preference is always to have a weekend somewhere in that, so I might send Kieran a possible date for her to relay that to you.
No, that's fine. Yes. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come back at 1:30. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Just on the agenda, we now have the option of discussion about the conditions. Perhaps I'll just see whether the agencies would like to have that in that discussion. Ms. Male?
My position is that the application should be declined, so I
Yep.
don't feel that any conditions are going to be suitable for the school.
Okay. Sergeant?
Very much of the same opinion. Police are opposed to the location, but if the committee wish to discuss conditions.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Sontier?
Kia ora. I have sought instructions from Mr. Gallagher, and he has a similar position that he does not believe this store should be opened and that conditions could not save the application.
All right. Thank you for that. Ms. Rawcliffe, do you want to take the opportunity to talk conditions? Because obviously we haven't made a decision, and it's an opportunity for the parties to voice their opinions about certain conditions. Because, say for example, if a license was granted, then you're not going to get an opportunity to discuss that. And we are keeping an open mind. We haven't made a decision. We don't even know which way we're going to go. We haven't seen or read the closing submissions yet. And so once we have read the submissions, then we will meet together and then we will decide. So that's where the process is at the moment, just so everyone is aware. So we are keeping an open mind. And I think if the applicant wants to have that discussion, then I would allow that. And I suppose the sergeant isn't fully opposed to it. So I'll be interested to hear from the sergeant if he has any input in relation to those conditions.
Yeah, so based on what we've heard over the days of hearing the evidence, the applicant obviously had already offered up some conditions, but thought it might be useful to also just document them in one document of proposed additional discretionary license conditions, plus some policies that
Yes.
are prepared to put in place. So we've printed that out, we've printed out copies. So I don't
Yes,
know.
please. If we can just distribute that around, and perhaps if we can send a copy to Mr. Sontier.
Well,
Raise question that this probably should go to all the objectives, those that actually appeared before the committee as well.
Yes. Yes, and I suppose because they're not here, it's a bit difficult, but what we'll do is we'll allow for this to go to them for any comments, because we will, when we're sitting down timetable submissions, we'll allow for objectors to provide their submissions.
Just playing that because we don't.
No, thank you. No, and I did assure Mr. Butler as well, because he was like, "Oh, what do I need to say anything?" I was like, "Look, we'll wait, wait here at a later stage." So thank you for that, raising that issue, Sergeant. So, Ms. Rawcliffe.
Yes, so the first section sets out the additional discretionary conditions. So taking on board the comments been made, the applicant would be seeking that the sales are restricted to 9 p.m.
Is that after having heard from Ms. Lamb?
Well, that has confirmed that seems to be what she would be wanting. And so, but that was already where we got to already after the days of hearing, but that has confirmed what the time that she's, so I was glad that that lined up. And then obviously we've got the single sales condition. I suppose the issue with single sales is working out how these conditions work. So what I can say is from the applicant, I mean, it's going to be hard if no one wants to have a discussion about it, but from the applicant's point of view, it is prepared to have a single sales condition on its license. So it had just gone for a prohibition of single sales of beer cider and RTDs under 500 mils, but prepared to consider what else works, because there's been some consistency on what the Hamilton DLC has been putting on, and then of course then we've had other objections come in that start playing with it again. So I can say that we're open-minded to whatever the DLC thinks is appropriate for the store. Obviously had confirmed that remote sales are prohibited, so won't do those. There's to be no external advertising of alcohol products or pricing. On that, then it's proposed sort of to bring some sort of shade, blocking out, you can picture blocking out of at the store. That's just a picture, just so that there's a restricted view into the store.
Can you just show to the agencies?
I've got a whole lot.
Oh. All right, yeah, shall we just, yeah.
Terrible.
So do you want to just give that to Ms. Phillips so she can just.
Yeah, this is obviously a rough mock-up.
Yeah. And we'll just make sure that we'll ensure to send these to the objectives as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Caroline has read, and the idea is to change it to blue, and then with effectively screening or what's it called? Yeah, some sort of vinyl coverage, just so that you can't see into the store from the outside of people walking past. You don't have the product on display. So happy to have that included as a condition if required, or just that is the proposal of what's going to happen. So there was this discussion about school children walking past the store. So it would be that there wouldn't be. And that door is a sliding door, so it's not open at all times. Happy to have a condition about the sale of anyone to in school uniform, the display of alcoholic games, toys, accessories, not going to be sold, prohibited, no buy now, pay later. And then on some other licenses, this has been one that we've been seeing coming through for communities against alcohol harm, is there's H and I. So we had just offered those up because we know that that's what they've been asking for. So it's happy to have those, if appropriate, also on its license. And then I suppose the second part is more policies that the applicant would be looking to do, and that's come through the evidence. So I can probably speak to that in submissions, but we just thought it'd be useful to put it all into one document if we want to have discussions about policies, because sometimes there has been, oh, we want this to be added to your policy and so forth, but I feel we're not going to get much engagement. So we thought we'd just offer it.
Thank you for that, Ms. Rawcliffe. Ms. Mail, now that you've had an opportunity to review what Ms. Rawcliffe has put forward, do you have any comments to make?
I just think that if the committee were mindful to grant the license, that the conditions should be as strict as possible.
So when you say as strict as possible, what do you say would mean that it's, you know?
Provided evidence around the conditions, and I think there should be. The single sales condition that's there doesn't, they can still sell the high alcohol cans of beer which retail for $3.50 like the Kingfisher. So with that condition under 500 mils, it doesn't really exclude much of the products that can be sold for cheap prices. And I still think that it should be 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. So they've already given evidence on that.
Okay. And then when you're talking about the single sales, are we looking at something like no, you know, to have this wording, but there should be some, it should be prohibited?
From the store, yes. I don't think that the store should sell them. I've given evidence on that already as well.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Because when you talk about single, like a bottle of wine is a single unit. So, or RTDs could be like Good George or some other brands make espresso martini. So arguably that is an RTD. So when you say single sales should be prohibited, where does the scope stop?
So, I mean, to restrict it, I mean, isn't 500 ml like a way to restrict, you know, to sort of narrow that down and then perhaps put the pricing as well? You know, and I know that previous cases.
Just pricing policies on this one. I just don't think that this store should be available, should have products such as the single sales of the cans of beer.
Yes.
Yep. So I don't know how I don't view a bottle of wine as a single sale of a can of beer. So it's the RTDs and the cans of beer and the cans of cider and things like that that are more of an issue. It's the high alcohol single sales of beer and RTDs and cider.
Yes, so high alcohol. So when you say high alcohol, what do you mean by the high? Is it
Anything
like
over 5%.
anything over 5%? Is that a workable solution or?
So then, when you, so anything over 5% is out. So with an RTD, where does that stop? Where does the line, when you say an RTD, the ready to drink, that's something that you obviously just pour in, it's a spirit without it having to add a mixer, I suppose. So like an espresso martini, so that would be an RTD, because you can just pour it into a glass and drink it. So that would be over 5%, so none of that, even though they retail for $20, $30 a bottle, and you want those out as well.
I'm talking about the single sale that you know what products I'm talking
No,
about.
I think it's important that, you know, we're trying to define something as well to make sure that this is the expectation. If you're going to breach it, then you are going to breach it. There's no room for movement here. Not $5.99 and an FPOS machine will run it up to $6. Do you know what I mean? We need to be very specific about this. So do you have any suggestions? I mean, look, the floor is open for anyone to provide any input or.
Okay. I think the hours are too long. I'm not sure. 8 o'clock would be absolutely maximum. There has been discussion from the projectors about the school kids in the area.
Yes.
Some concerns, and I know that in some areas that has been raised around the country around closing for a period of time. I don't know what that looks like, but we know from the evidence that school kids go to that area. There doesn't seem to be any dispute about that. So I would be looking more in favour of something where the hours are shorter and potentially split for particularly the end of the school day. Mostly working with the primary school and the high school hours, which are quite similar.
So are we talking about, when you say talking split, are we talking about like you open a certain
and I'll just go there, say 10 till, I don't know the hours of the school, say 10 till 3, and then from 5 till 8, for example.
Yes, because that way you're stopping any potential of school children around that time.
Because the evidence from Ms. Davies is that she observed people buying alcohol for children or young people, or people who felt they couldn't go into the store to buy alcohol, and they were using it. And I've seen that. I've actually done that in a control purchase operation where, while standing there, somebody tried to get the money off my minor to buy alcohol. So I know that goes on. So that would reduce that. If the kids are not there, that temptation is gone. I find B a bit of a mockery.
Sorry, Sergeant, just on the first part, that would just be Monday through Friday.
Yes, school day. School day.
Yep, thank you.
I find being mockery when they say under 500, when there's been an awful lot of discussion about the 500 ml cans of high strength beer. To say it will go under has almost been a bit, to me, snubby in the committee. It's almost rude. I agree with Ms. Marler, but I understand fully the issue that no single sales raise it, because your little spirit bottles are a single sale. I know that in some areas they've considered minimum pricing of certain products. I mean, as already pointed out, this vodka martini is, or vodka coffee, whatever it is thing, is quite expensive. We know that price is a prohibitive factor for alcohol-related harm, i.e. the more expensive it is, the less attractive it is to those who want to cause harm. We've had somewhere minimum price for a bottle of wine is set at a minimum of $20. Without knowing the full range that they do, it's very difficult, and it is a complicated condition. I support no single sales, but there are some issues around it in regard to that, and I know, and I would accept the argument we've had before around craft beers, which I still find difficult to understand what craft beer is, but some of those are quite expensive. You know, they tend to range potentially from $8 and more, and again, tend to be more people who are beer interested than alcohol interested. We have to think about how that wording would work. A concern that I have, and it's a little bit difficult to raise now, but I will, is that there is the potential to have 2 off licenses in this facility. And we know from Sapphire Dreams and ABBA that competition becomes an issue, and this was raised at the FIFO hearing as a possibility. I mean, with a lot less. The applicant has talked about being and I don't quite understand it, some sort of satellite super liquor store. So we haven't had the opportunity to tease out what that actually is, what control super liquor may have. I mean, I don't know, the term was used as a satellite store.
Well, that's a bit unfair because you had the applicant here for questioning.
I didn't get the opportunity when that came up, ask those questions.
It was in the
Well, we're talking about conditions now, so my point there is that how much control, if it's super liquor, they will have on promotion. But we've already had a discussion around a particular product in a particular store. What I wouldn't like to see is a competition on price war. This applicant might say, well, I'm not going to do that, but that doesn't necessarily stop the other potential off license from doing it, and vice versa. Yeah, so I'd like to see if there's going to be a condition of no alcohol promotions or discounting at the very least.
at all.
At all.
I think Mr. Singh wants to say something.
With satellites, there's no promotions. What's super
It's completely independent.
completely
That's fine.
independent.
No, that was, I didn't catch that and I didn't have a
With
chance.
super liquor, there is rebates involved from companies, so your margins can be played with. But because there's no discounts, there's no rebates, your pricing has to be higher than super liquor in itself.
Yeah, as I say, that didn't get discussed and I didn't.
Well, that's right. I mean, look, we're having these discussions now, and it's useful to get some clarification.
And it's all very nice to have proposed policies, but certainly the very last one, that is a serious issue around privacy. The likes of Salvation Army cannot go and say, oh, John Smith's is in our care, he's got an alcohol problem, you need to ban him. It's a nice.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to have, and they're saying, look, this is what we want to do, and it's entirely up to the agencies whether they want to do that. And I understand privacy issues, and that's something that is part of this this proposed policy, is that they keep on with that engagement with the agencies and other organisations.
That also came out from when we did have the discussions with Salvation Army. We said, what would that be like? And they had indicated that, oh, yeah, that would be something we could consider. So that's why we're offering it. We're showing it wasn't just a, oh.
But here's an option.
Yeah,
right? It's on the
like
table.
It's up to them whether they do it.
Yeah.
But I understand, yeah.
That, I mean, you've mentioned around reasonable in that, and I think, yes, it's nice to have, but in reality, it's not really something, it's just something to fluffy clouds around.
Okay. Well, do you have any suggestions as to how we can get around this?
Well, I noticed that they've put the 3 strikes. Again, I question why they need to go 3 strikes. Do you have to have the problem happen 3 times before you go, no, you're not going to be buying alcohol? Okay. It should be breach and sorted. They can trespass. A trespass order notice is quite clear. It's up to 2 years. It can be a day if they want. There is that option for the licensee to do that. The Act says that they don't have to serve people if they don't want, as long as it's not on religious or ethnic basis. So again, if they're going to put policy in like that, it should be an immediate policy that if you are problem, you will be trespassed, you will be banned. No warnings as such. Again, that's a strong message. It's a highly vulnerable area.
Sorry.
I suppose on that point, they're not going to be served anyway. So it's not like they can serve 3 times and then you're out. There are a few service, and if they keep doing it, they're just saying then there'll be a ban. But you're saying they come once, you ban them, even though you don't sell to them.
It just depends on the circumstances, isn't it?
So if you're going to ban them, if you're going to refuse service, why? And again, this is Mr. Singh. Why would you ban somebody once if they came in? Why would you not ban? Sorry. Why would you refuse? Apart from somebody being intoxicated or a minor, why would you ban somebody?
Well, as I said, they're bedding outside, it's observed, right? And they come inside, they'll get denied straight away. Then we're not going to serve them regardless. And if they repeat the behavior, then it gets to the point of where we trespass and the city safe will get involved. It's like giving them the opportunity, hey, you already know you're not going to get served. Make the choice yourself. And if you come back, then next step will be taken.
But you understand that you have the option to
deny it. And we
to deny them, and you have the option to allow them to come back.
We give up the option of.
I'll leave that on.
Yep.
I'll explain.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I suppose just going back to the point about the mockery of B. As we've said, we're happy to have it. So, I mean, the applicant would have the beta condition, or if it needs to be 500 mils or less. As I said, we're open to it. So I think it's a bit rough to say it's a mockery.
So, I mean, this is just proposed,
Yeah.
and it's for discussion. You know, so, and we're taking that into it, and I'm sure the applicant is taking into account what you're saying, and this is why we're. Yes.
I was waiting for my turn.
No, it's open floor.
Because everyone, we have a lot of people talking. What I would be more interested in, you already mentioned the last one, as first point under the additional policies, and the last one. So it's more about the implementation. Like the first point says things about getting to know the customer, not allowing repeating purchases on the same day. So if on days where you've got, because I would assume that there'll be more than one person doing different shifts. What's the way around this? How do you plan to implement it in such a way that the person is starting afterwards?
Yes. So how do you know whether someone's already had a first strike or a second strike?
Yeah, and the second and the last point as well is how is this going to be implemented? What is it going to look like?
Sorry. I was saying, usually once you've been operating in a community, you figure out who the repeat offenders are that are coming in more than once, or that are that are influenced, right? And those are the people that usually buy 1 or 2 items, go away, come back, they come back. So most of the time, staff do become aware of who these people are, and they will pass on that information, whether there's a shift change or a new staff member starting, that information will get passed on. Usually what they'll do is they'll just pull up CCTV, they'll have the time written down, pull it up, and then they'll just say, hey, if this person comes in, don't serve them, he's already had enough, or something like that.
So would these things be recorded in an incident?
If it happens, it should be recorded in that books.
Okay, and then so when there's someone, say, for example, when someone comes to the next shift, do you bring that to their attention, or how does that work?
So usually when the shift change happens, they do go through the incident book, and then at the end of the day, they go through the incident book again, and the manager that opens up in the morning will go through the incident book again, because that's what we've done at Beta, was suggested by Ross to do, was to constantly refer back to the incident book for each shift change and start day, just to make sure that everyone's on the same page and that nothing gets missed.
Yes, and I suppose the purpose of the incident book is for that.
Yeah.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
But that's the more we refer back to, the more information that usually once there is a shift change or someone opens in the morning, that they have information of what's previously happened during the last training.
So with this policy, are they going to be worked into training materials, or?
So it would have to be worked into training material.
So at the moment, say something like this, for super liquor beta and heavy terrorists, has that been implemented?
At Beta it has, but again, it's usually the staff are working full shifts, and then there is someone going in halfway between, because our trading hours are so loaded anyway.
Right.
So usually a lot of the time, the manager office, they usually prepare to close, and there's another staff member with them, and between taking breaks and part-timers.
I just want to go back to B if I could, Sergeant. Help me to understand, or in fact, the Inspector, help me to understand the larger cans of beer that are above 500 mils. What size do they go to? Right, okay.
And in fact, more, you only have a barrel.
Okay.
Single can,
barrel.
single barrel.
Right, and so is the single sale item above 500 mils below $10?
Okay.
I'll give some background. Initially, the high strength, low price beers were 450 ml. A number of years ago, the agencies got onto that. So the industry adapted and made them 500 ml because it was under 500 ml. So the concern there, and it's been discussed before everywhere around, the industry will evolve to sell their product. It's not the retailer, it's the industry, the manufacturing industry. So it's very difficult to go because they can adapt stuff. And the reality with these high strength, low price beers is that we've gone from a product range of several to literally dozens in a relatively short number of years because the industry has adapted to. So it's a bit difficult that they could adapt more.
So is it your view that the likes of B needs to have two limbs? It needs to have a size and a quantum and a figure to purchase, so not below a particular amount.
Possibly a better way to go is around the alcohol content level, because most of these ones tend to be over 5%. A lot of the premium beers such as Steinlager and Heineken are at 5%. Most of these high strength ones, the lowest I've seen, I think it is 5.5, but it's still not too far off, but certainly 6, ranging right up to, I think the strongest one I've seen is about 10%.
Right.
And still selling well under $5. So I don't know how drinkable it is, but it's a product out there. So, and that's where I said it becomes very difficult to get a balance between a product sale like a bottle of wine or even the small nip bottles to these. And we know RTD is a word thrown around. Cider has become in some ways an RTD because the industry has evolved a product to sell it more, and they've added lots more flavors and pretty and attractive to particular target markets. Again,
so does it need 3 limbs? I'm simply asking the question. If the mind was turned to try to put conditions, so does it need a volumetric, an alcohol, and a price limit?
Possibly. I haven't actually sat down and gone through because again, ramifications can be a lot wider, and we don't want to put the licensee in a position to fail.
Right.
We're not that bad, but you know, I need to.
This is constructed. This is constructed.
Yeah.
It just shows it's a very difficult condition to try to word around, because in fairness to the applicant that they put forward something and they can't really be criticised for it because we're all trying to figure out what is the right condition.
Yeah, and we know that particularly with the Kingfisher Strong, that Countdown have adopted the rule of 4 pack, which takes to about $17 to avoid any issue around 2 cans for $6, which in effect makes them $3. So again, it's always at risk with the $5. So again, it defeats it's the industry working around to try and still remain where they are at. And I'm not going to say here, but it's just a difficulty that is around this type of condition.
So
It's hard.
yeah,
It's
so
hard, and I mean, we do this a lot.
Yeah.
And we're getting all different ones, all different places, and so that's why when we're trying to put something forward, it's hard to hear criticism, because we're just trying to go, what works, and you see it, and then you can see it being used against, you know, so it was all these things of just going, how do you get something that would work? And I suppose that's right. Will it ever work? Because everything's got to work around.
I mean, we need to remain focused on what is relevant for this location.
Yes.
Because we know that if the store is located in a more affluent area, then the research says it's a problem. They probably don't sell as much of those type of products, maybe. I don't know.
So help me. Research, you've referred to it a couple of times. Does the research are you aware whether or not the research has a price trigger? I mean, is it
all research says price and availability. So the cheaper it is, and the more easy it is available, will result in probable alcohol related harms. There isn't, well, I mean, I don't know the research around a price point to say, well, if it's over $7, then that's not going to cause as much harm as if it was under $7.
Because at the moment we've got a price point. I think the Hamilton DLC is around about $6, isn't it?
That's being proposed in a number of licenses.
Has that been workable?
I think a number of the licensees have taken that on board and been responsible, and they haven't turned around and got, we'll put something that will put 2 cans for $6.50. Yes. Most of them accept that that's kind of just, it has been, I think. Feedback I've heard is carrying on.
Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, there is the one that's on beta. What about the condition on beta, which is no single sales?
The price is less than $6, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that has been out there,
yeah. So, yeah, we're happy for that
Similar
same one to go on. We were just trying to work out, do you pitch it to the volume, or do you pitch it to the price? If, say, people can do a workaround of that, you just do 2 for something, but the $6 one has been used by Hamilton City on several occasions, but again, we seem to be moving, and that's why I'm sort of saying we'll have one, whatever is deemed appropriate. But I suppose the message from the applicant is we understand that it is important.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we heard about the sergeant was talking about the hours and how we could potentially close at a certain time, you know, from Monday to Friday to coincide with the sort of school hours. Well, what's your position in relation to that?
I suppose it's about knowing with the evidence that there actually is a problem and that would solve the problem, because you're losing, I mean, if people are finishing work at 4 o'clock and driving home and want to pick up a bottle of wine or whatever on the way, they've got to wait till 5. I mean, it's a long period from 3 till 5, and it isn't, I mean, I just don't know about if people are going to buy alcohol for their children. They're going to do that anyway, or if they're going to buy alcohol for minors. Is that going to stop them doing it by closing from 3 to 5?
Well, actually,
why don't they just buy it?
I put 3 to 5 just
as an example.
As an example, I don't know the hours of the school, so it's unfair to say I said 5 o'clock. I didn't know the school hours. It would be relative to the school hours. We have had evidence from Ms. Davies to say that she had observed people buying alcohol for minors while school kids were around there. The old adage of, oh, somebody finishes 4 o'clock and they want to go and buy a bottle of wine. I'm sorry, but I find that a very tired, old argument. If people want, if they're driving there, they've probably driven past any number of bottles or alcohol providers, or they can go out again. But how many people would you inconvenience, really? And again, that convenience is part of the problem.
I mean, I suppose the issue is that Ms. Davies' evidence was that she'd seen it, I thought, on 2 occasions in her time there of that happening, and that one was declined. I mean, I'll have to go back and review the actual evidence, but is it actually an issue that we're now wanting to put a condition on? Is that evidence even going to be accepted in terms of it? And was it actually an issue? And is shutting a store every day on weekdays from 3 to 5 going to solve the issue of people who will go in and buy alcohol for
I
minors?
didn't say 3 to 5.
Well,
No, she's just got an
sorry,
example.
A time period.
It could be an hour.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
even, yeah, and then how do you work it out? And because I thought the issue was more about maybe showing alcohol, just having it more that it was private. And that's what we're talking about, not being able to see into the store, having a closed sliding door so it's not open all the time. I didn't feel that there was a huge amount of evidence that was supported throughout anyone else's evidence that there was an issue with people going in and buying from minors who were hanging around after school.
If I can just jump in, this is not me saying that this would help the application, but there is, I believe there was Wickman Way, which is up in Auckland, which I was kind of involved with, and they do have that condition, I believe, where they shut, I think, from 3 until 4 or something. So it is a condition that other DLCs have considered, but I don't think, like Ms. Rawcliffe has said, I don't think it would solve the issue in this case. But it is something that other DLCs have considered.
Right, no, thank you for that, Mr. Sontier. Ms. Mel?
I was just about to raise Wickman Way as well, so it is another license in an area of high deprivation there, and it's next to high school in South Auckland where they do close their doors. But also the whole issue of people finishing work and going to purchase alcohol, that's covered in a Supreme Court decision that was under the Auckland LAP that went to the Supreme Court. So they covered all of that, and they've already ruled that that's not an issue for the agencies to consider.
Okay.
So people know when they're finishing work. So they would know that they need to go and purchase alcohol at some other time. So that's not really a valid argument.
But when we're imposing these conditions, we need to consider, well, what are the risks? What's actually in the evidence that we've identified that there's a risk, and whether this condition will sufficiently mitigate that risk. So it's really, at the end of the day, and whether there's potentially other types of conditions that might be able to alleviate that risk, rather than potentially just shutting it down for closing for an hour or two. So that's something that we have to consider. But these are it's great that you're referring to these decisions, and it would be useful, if you when you file submissions, to include these cases for us to consider. And I suppose you'll need to identify the risk that's come out in the evidence, so then we can consider that and highlight that for us. Okay. Any other matters? Any other conditions that you want to discuss?
Well, we're happy to hear
Yes.
on anyone, but it's difficult when we're not getting engagement to be able to comment. So these are ones that
there has been some engagement.
No. But
yeah,
in terms of they're just commenting on what we've said, so it's just trying to work out.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Addison.
No. It was the comment about no individuals. I was like, there has been, but then you said there has been, and then to clarify those comments.
Yes, Sergeant, were you going to say something?
I'd go back to, it's not the agencies to tell the applicant what they should do. It's for an agency to give a suggestion, is that the applicant then can turn around and say, they said. And agencies shouldn't be telling a licensee directly, you should do this, you should do that, in that respect. It's for the applicant to put their best foot forward. He's here, he's heard it all. They need to go away and consider the big picture of everything. What we've heard before, the risk to the area, talk about the evidence of Ms. Davies only seen 1, maybe 2 people. But has this committee, or I've never heard that come up in any hearing before. The fact that she's seen it is relevant, even if it was once, because it's like a controlled purchase operation. We send a minor in, oh, we've never done it before. You don't know what you don't know, either side in that respect. But that's the reality of that fact, is that you can't say, oh, it's only one person said one thing. We've had plenty of evidence that a lot of school kids go there, and it's close to the school. It's the nearest big shopping complex to Fraser High, a very large school. It's public, has to be accepted that kids are going to go there. And a lot of them will live in that area and they're going to go past the school. So, and that's where they've brought in those conditions in places around the country that are closest door for the duration of school kids moving past or through that area. So
Yes.
I find that we're not engaging is a little bit, again, it's.
No, we could see everyone's engaging and providing their comments despite their position that there shouldn't be a license granted. So we appreciate that. And I think it would be unfair for an applicant to ever go back to the agencies as well. You suggested that because the agency's position's been like, well, there shouldn't be a license in the first place. But it is helpful and because these are the sort of things that we need to think about, because if we are going to grant a license, if we decide to go down that path, then we need to turn our minds to the proposed conditions. And it's helpful to hear from the agencies. Are there any matters that you want to talk about or discuss? Okay, is there any other matters you want to discuss about the conditions?
No.
Okay, so that so the next part is to discuss the next steps regarding the closing submissions. And we've heard from Dr. Hewison that he needs at least 10 working days, but I need to, obviously we need to hear from the agencies, and the agencies will have a lot on their plate as well. Have you had any discussions about how long you might need for submissions?
I think at least 3 weeks for the submissions, and that both the applicant and the agencies and objectors will submit their closing submissions on the same day, and that reduces the chance of the applicant responding to closing submissions if they should be responding to the evidence produced in the hearing and not closing submissions. If we were giving verbal submissions, then we would give them all on the same day.
Okay. What's your view on that, Mr. Rawcliffe?
I would prefer to do it staggered, particularly when a lot of the discussion has been said. I'll deal with that in my submissions. So, and particularly now talking about other cases about schools and things like that, I think it'd be useful to see what
they have to say
putting forward so that we can respond to it. I mean, we'll obviously we'll do our own research and so forth, but it's hard to know what the argument's going to be based on the evidence, what law they're relying on. I don't want a huge amount of time afterwards, because we'll get ours ready and just make sure that we can build anything out. So I'll only ask for a week after whatever the lead date is.
That's my point exactly, is that the closing submissions are to respond to the evidence that's been produced during the hearing, not to respond to our closing submissions.
I agree.
And I agree as well.
Well,
I mean, in reality, if we do closing submissions now, they will be done at once.
But I'd do mine after I've heard yours.
After she's heard yours.
And I just do
not
it
a
orally.
week later to research further stuff to bring.
Well, it's not like they're going to be presenting anything new there's no new evidence that's come out. There's nothing new that's going to come out as it's in responding to the agencies and the objectives. And you have to also consider there's other objectors out there who may wish to present their own written closing submissions.
But they would also be giving closing submissions based on the.
Well, they're not here, are they? We've given them the opportunity to be here. They're not here for whatever reason. So we need to.
All of us are responding to the evidence that's been produced, not another party's closing submission.
But in terms of you're making a comparison to orally, the applicant still goes last. So we all sit here and we present on the day. You go first, I hear what you have to say, and then I finish with my submissions, making submissions on what you've raised. So I hear it, I process it, I make my submissions. That's the process. So if everyone's doing it in writing, the process is the same. The applicant gets to brief, and then we'll solve this.
And then it's got to be a bit of a difficult task for us, because then we in some ways the applicant will need to respond to your submissions for us to be able to consider all of this. I mean, is there perhaps, do you want an opportunity to reply if there's anything arising out of the applicant submissions? Would that assist?
If we do it that way, then the hearing is during, then everyone just keeps on replying.
All
to
right,
each other, but
okay.
it's on the same day, at the same time, it's done.
Well, that's not going to happen. So do you want the opportunity to provide a reply if there's any matters arising?
It's DLCs.
Okay. Do you have any issues about that?
It's just usually that the applicant gets.
The applicant that gets the last say, and I get it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem that the
I mean, if
agencies
we're
get
just
it.
gonna keep-
How has this happened in the past?
Well, I've always done it state, whether it's orally or in writing.
But in terms of submissions, how has it been done in the past with the other deals, with DLCs?
Everyone is different, but usually it's that if it's done on the day, it's that.
Well, that's right.
Just standard
It's
practice is
it's
the applicant to it.
goes first when they're presenting their case, and then when it's closing, they go last.
In regard to written, it's been, some have been on the same day, some have been on separate days.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Sergeant. And I would prefer that the separate days. I think that would be the fairer way to deal with things. And I'll give an opportunity for the agencies if there's any matters new, then you can raise it. But I'm not going to entertain a repeat of the submissions. Okay. All right. So how long do the agencies need?
2 weeks, please, of the year, all the TLAs.
So 3 weeks.
I will flag that I have a problem about being seconded to another role for 2.5 weeks solid, starting the end of October, and then straight into our hearings a week later. So it's going to be a push no matter what. It's a very bad time. And Ms. Alessandra will also be appearing at this one of the art hearings. So that's another issue. So there are, from at least my point of view, there is some challenges, to get through. This is a very complex matter.
Yes.
And it's not easy just to throw together a few submissions. It's far more serious than that. And
that's the reason why we want to know how long you might need.
And unfortunately, Dr. Hewson has had to go and hasn't had an opportunity because he's covering a couple of them.
Well, he's told us 10 working days.
That would be too short.
Yep. So in terms of, well, Ms. Alessandra, you suggested 3 weeks.
I forgot about the other things that I had to do.
So when do you think you might?
14, 15.
So when's the hearing in Wellington?
And that's here, it's 14th and 15th. There's 3 matters in front of us, and I'm doing all 3.
Of November or October?
November.
Because I would prefer for us to, if we can, release a decision before the end of the year.
Yeah, so if it was 3 weeks, that would take us to the 30th of October, so that would be prior to you starting your new role, is that right?
No, it's I'm just going calendar in the first one of these. I think will say I'm trying to get out of it, but it's not going down too well. This starts on the 21st of October.
Of October.
Yeah, and it's 2.5 weeks. Solid. I'm told.
Okay. So if that was the case, and when do you think you would need? I mean, is there any way where some of the agencies will give will file the evidence first and then perhaps some leeway for the sergeant? But that would mean that Ms. Rawcliffe, you'll need some time to consider everything.
Yeah, I mean, if it's staged, I'm happy with it, just provided that I respond after I get all of this.
Yes, yeah.
But I won't.
No, you're not going to respond to
Yeah,
the agencies
yeah,
and then wait for the sergeant.
Yeah, because if they're having all the if everyone else is, then it only leaves one bill to wait for. But I'm just conscious that we're sliding very quickly towards the end of the year.
Yes.
Start looking at these dates.
I accept that,
Yeah.
but in this particular
It's-
case, I've
it's
had no
under
control. I wasn't even consulted about it.
Okay.
You're doing it.
So for medical officer and licensing inspector, how long do you need?
I'll be fine with
3 weeks? Okay, so if we say the 30th of October? Was it? No, sorry, is it? Yep. Yeah, 30th of October for the licensing and medical officer of health. And then would the 6th of November work for you, Sergeant?
This, I can, say the last date.
So it's
The last day I have this is the 6th. This is the final day, so I'll be away from that from the 7th of November. So from the 21st to the 6th, I'm fully ensconced in this project, so I can manage to get out of it.
right.
Not being told that's not much chance.
Okay. So would you be able to do it by the 11th or the 12th of November?
Yeah, it's a push because then we're starting to move into the harder.
Are you
Yes.
able to do next week? Like we've got 7 working days between now and then, or you just not?
I've got 90 odd applications sitting in my folder as a 3-day takeout from this. No, that's unreasonable with the workload.
So when's the earliest can you provide your
3
submission?
days.
So when's the earliest? Just give us a suggestion. So
I
we can just have a
can
look.
work with 13,
The 13th of November.
or 12, 13.
Okay, so 13th November.
That gives me 2-3 days to finish off. Now we'll be starting sooner,
Yes.
but to finish off.
Okay. And then Ms. Rawcliffe, given the 13th of November,
20 November.
20 November.
That's a week.
Yes, no, thank you. And then if there's anything new, and this is not an invitation to repeat your submissions, but if there's anything new, I'll just give the agencies an opportunity
We did
to.
about objections to new evidence or something. I just wondering.
Yeah, well,
What's new?
that's the thing, I don't know. So we'll give them the opportunity anyway, just in case.
Because I'm just worried it was turned back into.
Yeah, no, well, it's not.
Yeah. Mm.
I mean, I can't imagine there being anything new anyway,
Mm.
but we will just give the agencies an opportunity. So if it's the 20th of November, then I think the agencies can come back by the 22nd of November. So you'll get 2 days to have a look at it. Yes, so in terms of, thank you for that. So in terms of the agencies and the object, so when we're talking about the licensing inspector and the medical officer of health by the 30th of October, that should be for the objectors as well, please. And so it's really important that we do send them the proposed conditions for them to have any comments. Okay. So I think Ms. Suckling will send that through to you. But that's really important. Is that all right?
Yes, I was just saying about the single sales condition. What we really do.
So for the licensing inspector, the medical of health by the 30th of October, and that will also include the objectors as well. And then the police will be the 13th of November. And then if there's anything you wish to add after considering the applicant submissions, then the agencies and perhaps we'll say the objectors as well. Well, do you have an issue with that?
Well.
Okay, well, we'll just make it the agencies. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll give it to the agencies an opportunity by the 20th of November. So it may be that the only thing I can think of is if you're referring to a decision that they need to respond to. I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose what I think the analysis is wrong.
Potentially, yeah.
We put it the other two, because we're on the same day.
And then that'll give us an opportunity to meet after that date, and then we'll have a think about the outcome, and then we'll try our best to get a decision out before the end of the year. Is that all right? Yeah. Any other matters that parties wish to raise? Or?
No.
Okay. Well, before we close, I just want to say thank you to the council staff who have been brilliant. It's been a very complicated, I think this is probably one of the complicated sort of logistic side of things that we've had to sort out, and all credit to the council staff who have been able to put all of this together for us. Although we just turn up and we sit down, there's been a lot of work behind all of this. So I just want to say thank you to all the council staff. And in terms of, we've had 2 full-on sets of hearings for this application. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved, including all the objectors who turned up to give the evidence. It's been, what we've heard over the last 2 hearings has been valuable, and we are very grateful for everyone for their input. I have to say that there had been times where it's a little bit tense, but it's because this is a really important application, and it's a really important application for the applicant in this case, and it's really important for the agencies to present their position in their case. So we're very grateful for that. And then we're grateful for all of the objectors who have turned up to give their evidence. It is a very difficult task for us, and it's really important that these robust, the evidence is tested in a robust manner, because after all of this, the 3 of us will need to sit down and we really need to have a good think about this. It's a difficult task, and so that requires lots of difficult questions being asked of everybody. But I hope that this process has been fair for everyone involved, and I just want to say thank you everyone for their conduct throughout these proceedings. So before we close, I understand we have a closing karakia.
Tēnā and I'm simply asking that we clear the space, hang up what has been discussed and went over this hearing, and then come together to launch our waka towards our dreams and aspirations.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone.